Hello, heroes and villains. Welcome to Multiverse. If I trust the evil YouTube, the live stream should be upcoming soon. And just to be on the safe side, if you can hear me, say yes. I'm not sure why it doesn't want to save here. Oh, give me a minute. I have to adjust my settings. Normally there would be Shadow Lady chatting while I'm doing that, but not today. For those wondering, Shadow had a party today. She had something more important than to be with us. Can you believe that? It's very disappointing, but what can you do? This should do it. I forgot to make a new thumbnail. Too bad, so sad. So today the theme is simple enough. If you have a style for the summer seasonal, that should do it. If you have an Aquaman style, seeing how the style is, the seasonal is more or less based around Aquaman, that should do it too. And I'm not sure why I cannot save my settings. Evil YouTube. Let's try that. Let's try that again.
You've got to stop them.
Decisions. So that should do it. So Rusty says hello multi and everyone, and yes. David Sharp says hi everyone. The evil YouTube is sending me a survey while we're trying to go live, so we're going to skip that. So Pop says here with my Batmite style. Oh, there we go. I thought it was a Spider Pig like just a second ago.
Please, you've got to help.
For those wondering where we are in the game, we are in Metropolis in front of the Superman statue. And normally we are in the phase where there are less people. So here it's phase 4. Actually, it was phase 3 now has less people somehow. Oh well. Oh, I didn't dream it. He actually was a Spider Pig. So here we have our friend Absolute Superman. We have Claire. Andromedax. Oh, Prophet. Forgot to include the Prophet. So we have room for one more. So if you guys send me a tale, I'll invite you to the group. Oh, here we have also a nice Mixie And yes, I know our friend Shadow just cannot say Mixie somehow.
Get away.
And imagine English is your first language. Can you believe that? So sadly today we're not going to have Shadow with us because she's celebrating her birthday, if I recall correctly. So obviously we're more important. We should be more important than that, but what can you do? We're not important enough, so Shadow is not with us today. She should be here next week unless something else comes up. So hopefully she'll have a good birthday party. David Sharp says my style is Lamprey from Legion Academy. That is good. Demon King says, can I join my hero? Absolutely. Today we're playing with hero characters. So bring in your heroes and we'll go play some missions. Richard says, good evening, sir and lady. If she is here, nah, she's not here. We're by ourselves today. David Sharp says, Shadow is celebrating her birthday with her family today. Absolutely. Richard says, happy birthday to her. Ajax, have a great stream. Waiting on a power restore to be able to log on again. Oh, and here we have, I think, well, let's see if Captain Drip can join us. Sometimes there are people who come and hang out with us, but who are too low level.
Run for your lives. Run.
Sadly, with 35 CR, we're not going to be able to play any missions.
Help! Help!
I don't like to do this, but sometimes we have to. So let's see if I can invite Drydeck, which is supposed to be Demon King. 480, so that'll be good enough. Now, if we had someone like 480, 460, something like that, yeah, it's a bit low, but we're still going to be able to play a lot of missions. But at the 35 combat rating, that's way too low. Absolute Superman is asking for a healer. Doesn't matter. We'll do without the healer. We've done that many times. So I guess we are good to go. Oh, wrong menu. So we'll play it quite simple. We'll start with Shadow over Argo, Emperor's Bright, Raging Knight, and then we'll move on to custom play for some more missions. So if you did not play your raid this week, we're going to be able to do that. And then we'll play a whole bunch of raids, most likely, maybe even some bounties. So you will be able to earn source marks at the very least. Evil menu.
Get away!
Oh, I thought the eel would be annoying after a while, but I guess I kind of got used to it. I thought I'd use the eel to get the party started, and maybe remove it later on. I still might do that, but so far, I guess I'm getting used to it. Richard is asking, where do you usually hang out? This is our spot. In front of the Superman statue, that is our spot. So we're here pretty much every time we go live. It used to be the House of Legends way back when. The issue with House of Legends is that we cannot have enough people in the phase. Like here, we can have 130 something people, I think. In House of Legends, we always got the message that the phase was full, the phase was full. In the open world, there's room for a lot more people, so usually the phase is not full. There's usually room for more than enough room for people, especially when we go to the phase where there's
Don't
less
worry about
people.
me. Crypto's on the case. Just follow him and his trusty nose.
Oh, I'm gonna have to do a little something first.
Go find Atrocitus, boy.
There we go.
You got this.
When I play by myself, it's better to have the audio, but when we try to talk, especially when Shadow is here, Shadow doesn't hear the NPCs. So sometimes she would talk at the same time as the NPCs, and we don't hear what she says. I know, it sounds impossible, but it happens. XDBD says, Multiverse, did you hear about what Xbox and PlayStation said about the future not making... Yeah, we've known that for some time. For quite some time, they've been trying to get away from making physical games. And you have to understand why they... First, they're trying to stop people from being able to buy and sell used games. Because whenever someone sells a used game, they're not making a penny off of that. So they're sort of kind of trying to protect their market, sort of. But also, they're trying to control... they're trying to make sure that if you play the game, you're going to pay for it. And you're going to pay them for it. Like, if you purchase a game at $30 used, they don't see a penny out of that. But if there's no more physical games and you have no choice, you have to purchase the game from them. Also, when you buy a game digital, all you have to do is download the game. So they don't have to make a disc. They don't have to ship the game to, let's say, Future Shop. And then Future Shop doesn't have to ship the game to your house or sell you the game in store. Or to keep the game on the shelf in store. So there's a whole bunch of cost associated with the physical games that they don't have to do no more if they sell you a physical game. Now you would think that you would think that a digital game would be less expensive, seeing how they don't have they don't have to make the disc, they don't have to make a box, they don't have to put the disc in the box, they don't have to ship the box to the store. So you'd think that with all those costs gone, the digital game would be less expensive, but no, they still charge you full price for basically the same product, but they don't have to make they don't have to make the CD, they don't have to make the box, they don't have to ship it to the store. So there's a lot of cost that they save up, but they still sell you the game full price. So they've been pushing for that for quite some time, and players have been trying to push against that. But at the end of the day, you're pretty much screwed. It was pretty much certain that that would happen. Take for example DC Universe Online. Take for example DC Universe Online. You don't have a physical game no more. You just download the thing. So over time, people got used to digital games through MMOs, through free-to-play games, through stuff like that. And now it would seem that they've decided to finally pull the plug on physical games. Now, one issue with physical games is that very often your games, like if you had, let's say, PlayStation 2 games, your PlayStation 2 games would not work with your PlayStation 3. So you could not just upgrade your PlayStation. You had to keep an old PlayStation if you wanted to be able to keep on playing your older games. Now I started playing with a PlayStation 3, and whenever I would buy, let's say, a PlayStation 4. I did not keep my PlayStation 3. And even with my PlayStation 4, like when I got the PlayStation 5, I kept my PlayStation 4, but not really to play games. I'm using it as I'm using it to stream Amazon movies on my TV, on my other TV, on Rocky's TV. Yeah, Rocky has his own TV. So sometimes Rocky will watch something like Die Hard. So I'll put Die Hard on the TV, and Evil Rocky will be watching it. I can't explain it. Like usually, there's a lot of. Sometimes I'll just let the TV play with like whatever Amazon suggests, or Disney Plus if I watch Disney Plus. But sometimes there's a movie like the other day there was a Die Hard playing, and dang, did Rocky watch it somehow. I don't know. Is it something my mom and her husband used to watch, and then when Rocky saw that on the screen, it reminded him of that? Could be. I guess we'll never know. But once in a while, there's some TV shows or some movies that really seems to grab his attention. At some point, there was also some phone advertising that would really draw his attention. It was an advertising with some rabbits, and as soon as he would see the rabbit, he would start barking at the screen. And not just the rabbits. There was also a song. Like sometimes he would be in another room, and the music of the ad would start, and then it would come running to the living room to start barking at the rabbits. We don't seem to have the ad anymore, so he doesn't really do that no more. But it was a bit funny when he did that. But yeah, I saw for the physical thing, that was to be expected. Now, some people are saying that it's going to kill PlayStation and Xbox. I don't know if you don't play on PlayStation and if you don't play on Xbox, where are you going to play your games? On PC? PC will do the same thing. And also, if you're playing DC Universe Online on PlayStation, you're stuck. You cannot change the console. So someday when they replace PlayStation 5 with PlayStation 6, you'll have no choice. If you want to keep playing DC Universe Online, you will have to switch to the new PlayStation console. But if at the very least they would charge less, like there's the same issue with the comics. Like a comic that's like $5. If you buy it digital, it's also $5. And the reason for that is because they had to do that, otherwise the retailers would not have sold the physical comics. Would have stopped selling the physical comics, and it could not afford to go full digital just yet. Actually, they probably still can't today. So they had to try to appease the retailers somehow, and their solution was to make the digital comics as expensive as the physical comics. Now there are sales. Sometimes there are sales about with the digital comics, especially around the time of Christmas or Boxing Day. There's a lot of omnibuses that I bought for like $20 as opposed to $85. There's a lot of trade paperback that I bought for like $2. There's one Christmas where I did buy a lot of comics because even if let's say you buy an essential for $20, yeah, $20 is usually a good deal for a big essential comic that has like 100 comics in it. But when you buy two, three, four, it adds up pretty quickly. So even though it is a good deal, when you buy a lot of them, it can get expensive. Oh, the evil chat jumped on me. Let me try to catch up a bit. Let's see what phase we're at. Come on, I was there. Let's go to phase 3, it seems. So if you're wondering, usually we're in front of the Superman statue, and we go to the phase where there's less people. So let me try to catch up with the chat a little bit. So we talked about the future of games. Brendan says, I'm Captain Drip. I just wanted to be on the stream. I suck at the game. So I'll let someone else take my spot. It's not a matter of sucking or not. It's the combat rating. If your combat rating is too low, later on we will play some missions in the on duty menu in the custom play. And sadly, at the 35 combat rating, we would have been stuck playing tier 1 missions. So we would have had a few missions, but like these are the only missions we could have played. And even then, like for the I forget if it's the Chasm or Subconstruct, like one of them is freaking broken, and we keep on glitching it. So that is why. If the combat rating is too low, we don't even have access to the mission. Richard says, do you play any other MMO? Not right now. I did play Dungeons and Dragons Online way back when it was first released. Then I played Lord of the Rings Online. I tried a few others. I tried which one did I try? I tried Terra Online. I tried Rift. I tried. There's quite a few missions that I tried. A few MMOs that I tried, and I tried Fallen Fantasy 14. Hated that. So there's a lot of. I did try other MMOs, but DCO is pretty much the one I played the most. Neverwinter, I did enjoy Neverwinter for one summer, but after a while, I guess I stopped playing. Dungeons and Dragons Online, I really liked it, but at some point, I had reached a point where it was difficult to play without a group, and sadly, my friends didn't want to play the game. Playing with strangers was a bit of a pain in the butt. With Lord of the Rings Online, I played with a group of friends, but then at some point, I started playing DC Universe Online, and playing DC Universe Online and Lord of the Rings Online, that was too much. I was working a lot, so I couldn't keep up with both games. Like at some point, I could barely keep up with DCO. So trying playing more than one MMO is a bit challenging. David says it is digital and can turn it off, so you can't play the game anymore. Yeah, there's always that. Sadly, the downside: no internet, no games. That's another thing. That's why people wanted to be able to get a game on disc so that they could play the game. Although nowadays it doesn't really matter because even if you have the discs, there's usually a day one patch that you have to use. I remember also way back, and it's not new. Like way back when there was this game called Arcanum that that you could not play the game on day one. You had to download a day one patch, and then you could play the game. The same with Pool of Radiance 2, Return to Myth Draenor. Again, if you did not have, not only did you need a day one patch to play the game, you needed a patch to install the freaking thing. Like by default, they had made it so that by default the game would install on your C drive. But if you were a foolish fool like me, like my C drive was only for Windows, and I had the D drives for almost everything else, and another drive for just for the games. So if you were trying to install the game, if you needed to install the game on anything but the C drive, it just wouldn't work. So you had to crack the game in order to be able to install it on the drive you wanted. And then also there was a pretty big day one patch that you had to use, otherwise the game was unplayable. Uh, it's Bo Dirt. Supergirl suffered a disastrous box office opening, grossing 37 million and 62, 68 million globally during the debut weekend, with a production budget of 170 million. They started saying the budget was 170, but then they started saying it was 185. They always do that. They always do that. They tell us about a low budget because they're trying not to lose face. And then in 3 months, 6 months, we'll probably realize that the budget was actually 250 million. Oh, we lost the pups, so we have room for one more. Oh, let's try Superman. Oh, let's try. Oh, there we go. So we will continue playing in just a minute. I'm trying to catch up with the chat a bit. But yeah, they always do that. They say they give us one production budget to try to save face early on. But I do not believe the 170 million because that's what they were telling us like 6 months ago. And there's been reshoots after reshoots since then. So it's obviously it is more than that. Is it? And not too long ago, they've admitted that it might be actually a bit higher, and then they said something along the line like 186. Is it going to stop at 186, or in 3 months will they tell us it's actually 250? We'll find out in 3 months. But whether it doesn't even matter. We knew it was obvious for anyone that this was a bad idea, and I may have mentioned that way back when James Gunn first announced his slate of movies. Who wants a Supergirl movie? And even worse, they gave us a Supergirl movie that wasn't even Supergirl, like the drunk Supergirl. No, that's who wants that Supergirl? Like at the very least, if that made a Supergirl like the Supergirl from the CW TV show, like the say what you will about the CW TV show Supergirl, at least the first season was pretty good. It was Supergirl. Whether you enjoyed the show or not, that was Supergirl. But they decided they keep on doing that. They try to change the characters into something else, and when it fails, they wonder what happened. And now, from what I understand, they're playing the blame game right now. They're trying to blame anyone but themselves for making piss poor decisions. Also, when they say like, who could have predicted that? And sadly, there are some people who, way back when, already knew that it was a bad idea. Claire Green says to see the Supergirl movie, it was not that fun. Love some action scene, but yeah, it was a swing and a miss. And that's another thing that they tried to do what they always do. They try to blame men. Evil men did not go to see the movie. But as it turns out, there's more men that saw the movie than women. The women did not go see the movie. But they have those tactics that they keep on using movie after movie to try to explain their failure or defend their failure. And at this point, no one believes that. Or at least you would think that no one believes that because at this point they keep on using the same strategies over and over. It's Butter says in a high marketing spend, Warner Bros. And DC Studios are bracing for a massive financial loss estimated to excess 100 million. Actually, the latest estimation was between the loss should be around between 3 and 400 million, depending on how you do the math, depending on how someone bind because there's the 170 million budget, but there might be some back end deals that they made where they have to pay certain parties after the movie is released. Although if the movie doesn't make money, they don't have to pay those parties. Although from what I understand, seeing how they hired an actress, a fairly new actress, they didn't have to pay her that much, and they did not have to offer a back end deal. So that's something, I suppose. Claire Green says, "Well, I for one can't wait for the new animated Batman movie, Nightfall. Looks really cool. It looks really cool, and it's going to be. I think it's going to be three. It's going to be 3 or 4 movies. It's going to be in multiple parts. Now you have to wonder, maybe they should have made it into an animated series as opposed to movies, like a 23 episodes as opposed to 4 movies. And Absolute Superman mentions the Absolute Batman animated series in the work. Oh, Claire confirms it's 3 parts. Okay, so Batman Nightfall will be 3 parts. It's Bodert. Supergirl is the biggest movie flop of the year, and it's not even close. James Gunn good at one thing, making well, he makes the same movie over and over. That's pretty much obvious at this point. I remember at some point he was saying that each movie would be different and it would be its own thing and would be different, and it's not at all. Richard says you saw Supergirl. I've been told not to waste my money. I hated Superman, the latest one, so it's worse than that. I did not see Supergirl. Uh, the marketing pretty much convinced me not to do it. First, I didn't like Superman. I didn't like the Creature Commandos. I didn't like what else? I really didn't like Peacemaker season 2, and I did not even like season 1. Come to think of it, so I haven't been a fan of what James Gunn has been doing with DC. So I did not really want to see it to begin with. And then when I saw the trailers of the drunk Supergirl, the one thing that would have made me see the movie is Lobo, and from what I understand, he has a very small part in the film. So obviously I will see the movie at some point. I'll probably see it on Amazon Prime when it gets released. And from what I understand, also seeing how the movie is a disaster, it should be on VOD pretty soon. It should be on streaming pretty soon. Oh, Shadow says, don't have too much fun without me, guys. And then the chat jumped on me. It's Border, sorry for the language. I just can't care a lot about DC. I understand. I understand people are passionate and they're not happy about what's going on. So it's okay. I won't dismiss the message because sadly it's another strategy that is being used. Like if somebody comes out and says the movie is a freaking disaster, but they don't say freaking, they'll use that to say, oh well, it's a bad comment. They'll ignore the whole comment. So yeah, the comment maybe was not worded the best way, but it still shows that yeah, people didn't like it. Mr. Prudent Wise, good afternoon, everyone. I had to make popcorn. That is good. So Richard says happy birthday to Shadow. Enjoy your party. So a bunch of birthdays for Shadow. Shadow says need to try Elder Scroll Online. Yeah, I might give it a try. We'll see. The thing is, they seem to have their own issues as well. So, or she says, or Palaya. Now, I'm not going to play Palaya. I don't need to play it to know that. Nah, it's not for me. XDBD, two things. One, speaking of Disney Plus, did you watch the recent session of X-Men 97? Is there any good? I'm not a fan of those X-Men cartoons, so I tried to watch them. There's a few good scenes here and there. Like I still have chills when there's the scenes where they fall from the Blackbird and they all fall down, and then Cyclops stops himself from falling with his eye beam, his optical blast, and then he says, "To me, my X-Men." I have to admit that scene gives me chills. So they did do some good things, but I never was a fan of the animated series. And like there's one episode in season three. I'm trying not to spoil, but basically they're talking about their feelings a lot, and they're talking about their feelings about someone else that they had to abandon. And that was, and there's all of those scenes. There's a lot of talking that leads nowhere. That doesn't really move the story forward. That is just to discuss their feeling, or I don't know. And there's one episode where there's like barely 23 seconds of action, and when the action started, the music starts, the music kick in, the action start. Okay, it was a nice sequence, but you had to go 23 minutes before you reach that point. It was like so it's not for me. And way back when the first series came out, I was working in animation at the time, and we had two examples that we were using all the time in animation. The first one was a Batman Adventure, the Batman animated series. That was a textbook example of great animation. And sadly, the second one we're using was X-Men, and X-Men was an example of what not to do for an animated series. Sorry, I'm a bit distracted right now. So I guess if you're a fan of the X-Men animated series, I'm sure you'll enjoy it. I have to admit the second episode was a bit surprising, but overall, I'm not really a fan. Uh, Alkim says, bro, last three events, weekly events, quest, not give point. I don't know what to tell you about that. All I can say is contact support. All I can say is contact support. If you don't get, I've seen that comment a few times. Let's go play some more missions. So for the flashback raid, yeah, let's. Oh, actually, we're set to casual, so that's good. I hate that freaking raid. Evil menu. So while we wait a bit. JYB, which ally do you think is the best? It depends. It depends if you play as a controller, a tank, a DPS. For example, for tank, the Superman ally is a must. Uh, as a controller, I kind of like the Zon ally. I like the Flashpoint Batman for pretty much any role. Depending if you play DPS or controller, you might use it for different things. Oh, Shadow says, "Have a lovely day, DCing guys."
The guests have already arrived. I must
Adam says it's evil. Absolutely.
We'll be on our best behavior.
Riley says, "Do you think you will have 2 times Art XP soon?" We don't know. Adam says next week 2 times Nth Metal. Maybe I wouldn't start false unless you know for sure, and unless there's been some sort of official information, official announcement. I'd wait before saying something like that.
Ocean Master is behind the entire
Oh,
plot.
evil chat.
Attacks and this whole deception to defame you.
Orm was responsible? Despite his hatred for me, I couldn't fathom that he would place all of Atlantis at risk by unleashing sorrow on our world.
I questioned it as well, Mother. But who else could be?
Arthur, look out!
Arthur Curry, it is time for you to pay for your sin of murder. Along with
Adam says it's Dark Horse. Hello, Dark Horse.
false nobility. Today,
Mr. Prunon Wise, everyone literally just missed the bombs on Spindrift.
my father's soul
Yeah, those freaking bombs.
Manta.
The thing is, sometimes they spawn really quickly. Oh, we have a nice electric Superman.
I get it. If it is my life that you seek, then come, try and take it.
So I'm sure you've noticed we have the new model on Black Manta. And for those who maybe do not know, Black Manta will be the new bounty when we get the Aftershock, I guess.
At last we meet. Arthur, son of the House of Atlan. You must wonder why the odds are forever stacked against you. How your delinquency as king
Adam says, I have a question. Should you create a toon representing on each power? Currently, I have 6 toons.
weighs on
I have done that already. I have one character, one hero
the deluge is upon you.
for each power, and I have one villain for each power.
Cries out for change. I am that change. I am Coram Wrath, and I will be your
Rusty says you can, but it takes so long to level all of them. Well, that's the secret. You don't level all of them.
Mira. We have to stop this maniac. He cannot be allowed to destroy Spindrift Station. After him, quickly.
I'll go get the civilians off the station into safety. You stay with Mara and deal with that lunatic. It's been real, partner.
Rusty says X-Men '97 is really sweet. Yeah, I assume if you did enjoy the X-Men cartoons from the '90s, yeah, you'll enjoy it. Now I've heard that like we got only 3 episodes on Disney Plus so far for some reason. I've heard that episode 4 is a really powerful one. So I saw someone mention that they saw the first episode. There's some streamer who saw the first 4 episodes, and they understand why we got the 3 episodes because yeah, the 3 episodes are a bit slow. There's a lot of talking, a lot of exposition, and a lot of dialogues about talking about their feelings. But apparently the 4th episode is a big one.
Shaking the very
So maybe all of that was in preparation for that 4th episode.
Stop their assault.
We'll know. We'll find out next week, I guess.
Ensure he doesn't escape. I will see you soon, my love. Now go.
The rest of us must supply oxygen to the suit. Move those tanks.
Now, oh, I forgot. This is where we at. one of the things I can appreciate from that new X-Men cartoon is that they use a lot of the classic costumes. So if you miss the classic X-Men, because right now in the comics, the X-Men we have uh, not much in common with the X-Men we used to have. So if you miss the classic X-Men, then yeah, I suppose that could be a good show for you. Jeffrey Lane says DCUO just posted about the voice actors. We're gonna have to go and look it up. There, some of you guys did mention that obviously we have a new voice actor for Supergirl, but some of you guys mentioned that they also recorded some new lines for Black Manta for the Black Manta NPC. That might not be the only. They might have recorded also some new lines for Aquaman. Actually, they did record some new lines with Aquaman. Someone did mention as much. East Border, Multi, do you think DCO can suffer the same fate as Destiny? Absolutely. Oh, Andromedax says game is lagging for her. Nothing we can do about that. Now you may have noticed I don't go for the mechanic. I let someone else do it, and I just focus on giving power to people, and fighting the evil NPCs. Well, Claire is running out of air, I think. For those who do not know, they've shut down. They pulled the plug on Destiny. The game is still available. People can still play it, but they got basically their last DLC some time ago. Now the game should still be playable. The game will remain available for people to play it. Now, will they pull the plug in the server? Probably someday. Are they going to pull the plug in 5 months, 6 months, 23 months? We don't know. And the sad part is that they basically gave up on Destiny to focus on their new game, Marathon, which is a disaster. I imagine the logic behind that. You have a game that pulls 2,000 to 10,000 players, maybe. And you have a game that pulls 300,000 players. And you decide to cancel the game that pulls 3,000 players. 300,000 players. What kind of sense does that make? We don't know. Now, obviously, there's someone who really, really, really wanted to push Marathon, and they decided to sacrifice Destiny to be able to keep on making Marathon. The problem is that Marathon has so few players that odds are, for Destiny, it doesn't really matter because odds are if the studio goes down, Destiny will go down as well. And sadly, seeing the level of bad decisions they're making, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if in 6 months, a year, if we hear that Bungie is shutting down. Now, I don't want Bungie to shut down. I'd like people to be able to play Destiny forever. But the problem is that we don't know. Not sure why. That doesn't matter. Evil Morgwar.
The station is collapsing.
So Adam's saying I'm speculating that there will be another recruitment event sometimes around this month or next. It could be. It could be. I wouldn't mind that. I know some people don't like those events. I kind of like it. At the very least, it gives us one more character slot for our account. Personally, if we could purchase more character slot, I'd be very happy about that. But this is an even better alternative. We get an extra character slot for free.
Then I owe you all my thanks. But there will be time for appreciation later. We must go.
Now, if they could allow us to purchase more armories, I would really like that. So let's get out of here. Let's read some of the chat a bit. Adam says, I apologize for making the statement that there would be a two-time Sentinel on the 7th of July. No, it's okay. It's okay. Just, it's okay if you make speculations. Just as long as we make sure that people know that it's not in official news, that's fine. I speculate all the time. That is fine. But we have to make sure that people understand, because sometimes when we do speculate like that, some people will think that it's an actual it's going to happen. They don't understand sometimes that it's only speculation. So let's go to phase 3. Let's read the chat a bit. Jeffrey says, how long do we have for the electric Superman day style? You have roughly 1 month. The Imp Mart usually is there for a month. I'm not going to go to the marketplace because sadly when I go live stream and I go to the marketplace, sometimes it crashes the game. But you should have roughly 1 month to purchase it. XDBD, I'm not sure if you've noticed, Multiverse, but someone was using Booster Gold Small Robot Sidekick. I did not notice. I've been on a few characters. It's a free gift we had way back when. Sadly, it's a gift that we had for a limited time. As opposed to, there's a Tombot that we can still redeem today. Like if I was to create a new character today, I could still redeem the Tombot. But sadly, the little Brainiac robot, that one, I cannot redeem it no more. Mr. Prudent Wise, what is your opinion on the new Power Array Multi? I have mixed feelings about that. I don't mind that they're reusing assets so much. Like basically, they give us a new augment that's made of reused assets, which was to be expected. I wish they had given us iconic powers, though. I wish they had given us like the Bizarro iconic powers, or the Superman iconic power, or the Cersei iconic powers. But what can I say? This is what they gave us. Actually, do I have the sidekick here, or is it in my bank? Yeah, I have too much stuff. What can I do? What can I say? I guess I don't have it here. I do have the LexCorp sidekick. No, that's probably in my bank. Doesn't matter. Sadly, it's one of those things that was available. At least it was a free gift, but it was available only for a limited time. And if you missed out, you missed out. For the new augments, there's one thing though. I've seen people who says that the augments are bugged. They're not bugged. People don't seem to understand how the augment works. For example, in some cases, if you like for fire powers, if you take the fire augment, you don't benefit from the abilities themselves. All you get is the stat boost. But the stat boost, what some people don't seem to understand is that there is a cap to the stat boosts. The stat boost. Like if we go all the way down. So here you can see the stat boost. Like for restoration, 5% of 5% max. So that means that I've already have the max for the stat boost for that augment. So even for restoration, so even if I add the fire augment, I'm not going to get any more restoration. I will get some more dominance. I will get some more. I don't know why I have restoration twice. That might be a boo boo. It's probably vitalization, but maybe not. So anyway, there is a 5% cap on the stats for the augments. So if you already have the cap, well, yeah, you're not going to get the stat boost from the augments. Like here, the might 5% of 5% max. So even if I was to add this augment, my might will not go up. So I saw some people who they would add the augment to their character, and they did not understand why they did not get extra might. Like the 3% might did not show in their stats. It doesn't show because there is a cap to the stats you can get. We have the same thing for the artifacts. Come to think of it, like if we go to the artifacts, we have if we look at the stats, there's also like 14% out of 15%, 11% out of 15%. So there's a maximum to the stats you can have on the artifacts, and there's the same thing for the augments. So I saw some people who said that the augments were bugged. They're not bugged. It's people don't understand that there is a cap to the amount of stats you can get. Exporter it says, not sure if you heard Multiverse, but apparently James Gunn is making a team up movie with Slade and Bane. James Gunn really doesn't learn from his mistakes. I think he's trying to save his job. Right now, you might have noticed there's a lot of news that suddenly came out for the DCU. The Bane Deathstroke movie news came out. There was some news about Wonder Woman that came out not too long ago. Now there's some news about Batman that keeps coming out. They're talking about the next Brave and the Bold, the Batman Brave and the Bold movie. Now they're trying to drown the bad press they have with the Supergirl movie. They're trying basically to memory hole what's going on with the Supergirl movie right now to try to, well, let's say, pretty much save James Gunn's job. Because right now, let's say that if you were the people at Paramount, if you were the boss at Paramount, and you saw what's going on with the DC movies, you're probably not a happy guy right now. So and also that's also why they went into production so fast with Man of Tomorrow. They wanted to launch production before it could be shut down. So they made sure to push it as early as possible, so that when the Paramount deal would be finalized, it would be too late for Paramount to do anything about it. And they seem to be trying to do that also with other projects. They seem to try to drum up interest about other projects, so that when Paramount actually becomes the official boss, when the deal actually gets finalized, maybe Paramount will decide to continue in that direction, or maybe they'll have moved further away in those projects that they won't be able to pull the plug. Although we saw with Batgirl, they can pull the plug at any time. They just have to be willing to do that. But no, James Gunn doesn't learn from his mistakes. He's determined to do what he wants to do, and that seems to be what he wants to do. Oh, I think we have room for one more. I didn't notice if someone said goodbye. Let's see. There was Impregnable that was here before. Oh, the Splish. If we don't have... Impregnable is here, so we're good to go. But yeah, James Gunn doesn't learn from his mistakes. He probably doesn't see that as a mistake, and he seems determined to do what he wants to do. So... Mondayville menu. Adam says, my future goal is to create more toons representing the remaining power sets. That's a good goal to have. It'll keep you busy for it'll keep you busy, that's for sure. Uh, Joic says, have they did anything with the alt kicks yet? We don't have any news about the alt kick. They were mentioned way back when. At some point, it became obvious that some of the team they don't even know what the alt kick was. So that was a bit illuminating, I guess. But no, we don't have any news about the alt kicks. Jeffrey says, in the coming days, I'm making a full comprehensive list of every DCO Legends PvP characters and their loadouts and iconic powers that can be made into separate iconics and power augments. That's good. I could have sworn. XZBD says, what's the code for the Tombot? It wasn't a code, it was a gift we had, I don't know, 12 years ago. And even if it was a code, all the codes have been disabled about a year and a half ago. All the old codes have been disabled. I guess the devs did not like the fact that people could still redeem some of those old codes. Oh, wrong guy. Jeffrey says the Bat Swarm was a Batman Legend PvP power, and they made that into an iconic. They should have just given us his entire PvP Legend loadout instead of being cheap and just giving us one loadout power. Absolutely, the whole loadout would have been nice, but that's not what they decided to do. That's what happened when you look at the chat instead of the game. Adam says, I remember playing Marvel Heroes 2013-2018, which was the competitor at DCO at the time. Though sadly that game folded due to a whole host of circumstances. Well, to begin with, the game was obsolete on day one. It was supposed to be as you said, it was supposed to be the competitor to DCO, but they made basically a Marvel game that was Diablo, and not Diablo 2, which was the fun one. They made Diablo with a Marvel skin. They even hired the people who did make the Diablo game to make it, and it was a disaster on many levels. But the first thing is that from day one, it was obsolete as soon as it came out. That was a pretty big like when they were talking about the Marvel MMO. People thought that DCO was at least the bare minimum. Like it should have been that they released like DCO, if not better, maybe better graphics, better gameplay, better everything. not at all what happened. So it was very disappointing. I know that there are some people who did enjoy it. Very happy for you, but at the time it was kind of hard to go back. Going back to a game like I did enjoy Diablo 2, but going back to Diablo 1 with Marvel skin, nah, that was a huge step backward that most people didn't, are not were not willing to accept. At the very least, it should have been like DCO with a Marvel skin. The ironic of that is that when Daybreak were working on the Marvel game, again it would have been so easy. Take DCO, put a Marvel skin over it, and there you go. You have your Marvel game. But they decided to go to another direction. They were trying to make it like Fortnite and like the Spider-Man into the Spider-Verse animated movie, and it was not a good idea. It was a bit too cartoony for visually speaking, but ultimately they ended up pulling the plug, so it didn't really matter.
The battle's over. Do not lose yourself to rage.
Let us have.
But yeah, if some people had fun with Marvel Heroes, I'm very happy for them. But it was a nice distraction for a few minutes.
You can release the children at that control panel. Evacuate them while you can.
Thanks for helping.
Kennick! I'm gonna get you out of here.
I knew you'd come.
I will see the children to
Jeffrey Lane says it's crazy work making a Bane and Deathstroke movie before even making a Batman movie or Teen Titans. It's totally insane. Also insane making a Clayface. Yeah, they keep on trying to do that. They keep on trying to make Batman movies without Batman or Batman TV shows without Batman. It's crazy, but I don't know why they're doing that. For the TV shows, I sort of understand. For the TV show, the producers they don't want to use Batman on TV. They see Batman on TV as a waste, so they prefer to save Batman for the theaters where they can make $8 billion with the movie. And they seem to think that if you have a Batman TV show, somehow it's going to take some people away from the Batman movie. Now, whether people agree with that or not is besides the point. As long as the producers believe that, they're not going to change that. Well, yeah, it's crazy that they have Deathstroke, Bane before the Teen Titans, and Batman. It's crazy that they had Supergirl before Batman. At the very least, yeah, if you want to start with Superman, fine. But your next move has to be Batman. It has to be. The funny thing is that they said something along the lines that their four pillars were Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and Supergirl, and they did not even introduce Batman or Wonder Woman yet. Oh, I don't know why I was aiming at the pillars. And already they're trying to make characters like a Clayface. Makes no sense. The Maverick, I'd like to join. We have a full group right now, so if somebody leaves, Let's go to Raging Knight. Evil menu. Jeffrey says the fight scenes were better in Supergirl than Superman, and that's crazy work too. Well, Superman had a lot of issues. Oh, Andromedax is having internet issues. So we have room for one more. So the Splish was here before. So I have no choice. I have to invite the Splish. I have to. There's Junaya dancing by herself. Let's see. The Splish is not answering. So let's see. Okay, we're still good. Esboder says DC Studios is also actively developing a Mr. Terrific series with Alan Einberg writing the plot. They can develop whatever they want. They pretty much lost me at this point. Now, I don't understand how they can think that using Tom King as their main quote unquote writer or main consultant. I don't see how that's a good idea. But James Gunn seems to like what Tom King does, which is why they made the movie sort of based on the Supergirl comic. But ironically enough, turns out that they did not really make the Supergirl comic. A lot of people seem to say that the movie doesn't really follow the comic. And ironically enough, we have the writer who pretty much admits in interviews that she did not understand the ending of the comic, or she completely misunderstood the ending of the comic. And there's the director who says that he was actively staying away from the comic for as long as he could early in the production. So the director was making the movie without knowing anything about the comic, and which explains why at some point we were wondering when the writer did explain that she misunderstood the ending. People were wondering, is there no one else who told her that she didn't understand the ending, that the character at the end of the comic the character doesn't die like she thought. But if the director stayed away from the comic, and obviously he did not know about that, and it would seem that no one, or at least almost no one in the production actually read the comic.
What's up with the giant book?
Which is kind of confirmed by people who actually saw the movie and thought that they made a lot of choices that were questionable at best,
We need to find the other lantern.
and they made a lot of the choices they made did not match with what there was in the comic. Joek says, are there any new power array augments besides the white and blue ring? We just got the fire and the water augments. So if we go to the event, so you will see here we have the new fire augment and the new water augment. In a nutshell, a lot of people were complaining that the water power was not balanced at all. And instead of trying to balance it to sort of appease people, instead they made the water power to an augment so that everyone can use it. So that's pretty much a solution. Instead of balancing the power, they made it available to everyone, so they don't really need to balance it. If people complain that it's too OP, they just have to use it. Mr. Prudent Wise, I just googled James Gunn. Did you find out anything special about our friend James? Oh, I think it's over here. Joe X, are there any new power? Oh, I just mentioned that. Adam says, I just googled Mr. Prudent Wise. Don't do it! It's Bodert, and apparently James Gunn, the current DC Studio contract will expire at the end of 2026 or 2027. I think it's like spring 2027, but I might be misremembering. But yeah, they did extend his contract, but not that long. And they seem to have extended his contract just long enough for him to finish Superman Man of Tomorrow. So I guess we'll have to see after that what happens to our friend James. Red Knight says, yes, Joik, it's the fire and water power array augments. And also, for those wondering, if you're already a fire character, the fire augment doesn't give you anything. It gives you a few stats, but that's barely it. So I would say, do not waste your ant metal. If you play as a fire character, do not waste your ant metal, even for the stats. Like, yeah, it'll give you maybe 1 or 2% of extra stats. But you will get that with the next augments. They will produce more power augments. So you're not going to use the two new augments we have. There are more augments coming along the way. So if you are playing a fire character, don't waste your ant metal on the fire augment. The same if you are playing a water character, don't waste your ant metal on the water augment. Even for the few extra stats you might get. Again, we will get more power augments in the future. Already, there's I believe it's Red 5. We did mention that we would have a Black Lantern power augment and an Orange Lantern power augment. At this point, we might start to think that we might get the Black Lantern one for Halloween and the Orange one for Christmas. So that would seem quite likely at this point. But it gives everyone access to some of the tank fire abilities, and it gives everyone access to some of the DPS water abilities. Ironically enough, though, like my water DPS, way back when we had only the one loadout, I came to realize when I went back to my character earlier this week for the summer seasonal that the 4 or 5 abilities that are in the augment, that was actually the very same abilities that I was using with my character. So I wasn't really surprised that these are the ability they chose. They're the abilities that makes the most sense. From a DPS point of view, of course. Jeffrey says they need to give the players every single missed things in the entire game, except for the BVS stuff. I have some bad news for you on that front, Jeffrey. Like for the iconic abilities, we were told at some point that there would be some way to be able to get the iconic powers later down the line. It was suggested that it would be some sort of event or something like that. As it turns out, it will be we will be able to get those abilities through the Creator League. So there's some Creator League that will make some sort of giveaway and give some iconic powers to one player. Now, I understand that people were hoping a lot of things. People thought that they... Sometimes people give a bit too much credit to the devs, sadly. When the devs do mention something, people imagine that we're going to get something pretty awesome. For example, like the Ant Medal or the Ally Favor. There's something that had been mentioned quite some time ago, that there would be some event that would give us some Ant Medal and Ally Favor. And as it turns out, people don't like that event very much. Or the event is fine, I guess, but the reward compared to the effort, to all the time and effort for the event, people seem to think that the rewards are not worth it. So when it was first announced that there would be some way to be able to earn some Ant Medal, people had a lot of theories and expectations, and sadly the devs fell way short of those expectations. And the same it would seem for the iconic powers. We were told that there would be some way to be able to get those iconic powers in the future, but we were not told that the way to get those would be through some giveaway by the Creator League, and that it would be to like one person for the per giveaway or something like that. So I guess you could try your luck at some of the giveaways that the Creator League will do, but already I saw some people say that those giveaways are a scam, and they will give those abilities to their friends or stuff like that. Now that is something that happens. That's one of the reasons I don't do giveaways. Usually that's usually what happens. Right off the bat, people think it's a scam, and sometimes you can't really blame them. Like if the dev gives the iconic abilities to the Creator League, how can we know that they're not going to give us to their friends? We can't. Especially the way they make the giveaway. Like in a nutshell, you have to send a screenshot of your character, and then they'll select whatever character they like or something like that. So there's no, it's not like if the first 3 people who call will get the ability, and there's no luck involved. So anyway, so sadly the way they're going to make iconic abilities available, yeah, not the best. Mistweaver says water or electricity for raid healing, in your opinion? Electricity works well enough for me. That's what I've been using for a long time. I have to admit, I've been healed a lot with water, so I couldn't say for sure. For me, electricity works fine, but a lot of people, I think it was we had a few people some time ago that were using water, and they were pretty much a beast when it came to healing. So probably water healing. Adam says water because of the shields. Jeffrey says, and the devs should just make the BVS Dark Knight emblem, just add the Dark Knight Batman emblem and be done with it. The devs always hold back on certain things, like it's the Holy Grail or something. Well, for the BVS emblem, they did a boo boo. They did not have the licensing rights to offer that, and somehow someone did a boo boo. They made the BVS a swag bag, not knowing they didn't have the right to do it, or so it seems. So that's why it was pulled. It was pulled from the marketplace after a month. Now they could give us. Well, they did give us the 6th Dimension emblem that was kind of sort of a bigger version of the BVS emblem. Now they could give us a Batman The Dark Knight Returns emblem that could look like, because the BVS emblem is very inspired by Batman The Dark Knight Returns. So at the end of the day, if they were to give us a Dark Knight Returns emblem, yeah, it would easily replace the BVS emblem. But they're not doing that. Why? We don't know. The same for the Superman emblem. They could give us the Kingdom Come Superman emblem. Why they don't do that, we don't know. Now, as we saw this year with the Beyond Superman, or Superman Beyond, I guess next year for Superman Day they could possibly decide to give us the Kingdom Come Superman emblem. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Although people would like to have the Kingdom Come Superman emblem so that they can give it the colors of the Corn Sweat Superman emblem. Obviously, if they give us the Superman, the Kingdom Come Superman emblem, they will probably make it color locked. But yeah, it's a bit annoying how for some styles it seems to be very challenging for them to give us the styles we want. Now, it could be that they don't want to give us what we want. Now, why would they do that? We'll never know. Oh, very cool Black Manta over here. Let's go to... So we're pretty much done with the content here. So let's go to custom play. Oh, I just realized we did not play our Earth 3 missions, so let's do that right now. Evil menu, there we go. Oh, we lost someone. So we had invited the Splish before. There we go. Oh, evil chat. Adam asks, has anyone plays a Celestial here? Celestial is a power that you have to play if you like to use combos. It pretty much it's very dependent on the combos, and sadly in DCO when you play with combos, you get interrupted a lot. There's a lot of missions where you get interrupted a lot while you try to play your combos. The devs also in recent DLCs, the devs seems to like using abilities that push you back, that juggle you, that do stuff like that. So playing Celestial in that case is a bit challenging, I would say. Well, Adam says it's difficult to master the combos. Well, the thing is that the way the game has been made for some time is that you get interrupted a lot. So when you have to try to execute your combos and you keep on getting interrupted, it becomes really frustrating really quickly. So there are missions where you don't even bother with your combos. You just use your ability once, and then you move on to the next ability and the next ability. Or even worse, you play as a uh, as a precision DPS. So you just activate, let's say, your weapon buff, then you attack. You activate a shield to protect yourself, then you keep on attacking, then weapon buff, stuff like that.
I guess it goes without saying. I saw you coming. I saw your loser friend Luther coming too. He's even lamer.
Mistweaver healing with it makes it have delayed healing due to the combo playstyle. Well, the thing with the healing is that you don't wait. You don't wait for people to be almost dead, because if you do that, by the time you finish executing your combo, it's too late. They're already dead. So you pretty much have to constantly execute your healing combos and constantly heal, so that when the heal is actually needed, it will come in before people are out of health. Oh, that was not good. Ideally here, if I can cycle between my two shields, we might be okay. Although when I see Johnny Quick come really close to me, like to try to engage me in melee or something, that's a bit scary. He's not so much engaging in melee as he's putting himself in melee range. Nah.
I'm bringing you to justice.
I'll put these monitors to better use and try to locate Luther.
It looks like they have him contained in some sort of medical bay.
My guess is they're not performing a routine checkup on him. We had better hurry.
So yeah, so with the healing with Celestials, yeah, you cannot wait. Like very often, it's not just with Celestial. I see that also with the healers. Sometimes I'll see the health of the people go down, no heal comes in. I see the health go down, no heal comes in. And there are some people who seem to be so scared of wasting power that they're waiting until the last second before casting a healing. And sometimes they wait half a second too late, and people get knocked out. Now I don't understand why. Like as soon as they see the healing go down, the health of the players go down, they should be able to at least start healing a bit, even start a healing overtime or something. But they don't do that. They wait and wait and wait, and then wonder why people go down. Because also normally in the group, if you have a controller in the group, normally the healing over time is always running. There's always a healing over time, healing over time, healing over time. And if you don't use your powers to heal because you're scared of wasting powers, well actually you're wasting the healing over time. Like the healing over time comes in, but if you don't cast any power, if your health bar is full, that healing over time is wasted. So you should heal at least a little bit. Like your power should never be 100% full. It should be like 93% full, so that the healing over time can come in. So you should always be casting a little something to heal the group. But I don't know. There seems to be a lot of people who believe that, because I see that a lot. I see a lot of healers who just don't heal, or they wait way too long before they start to heal. And in the case of Celestial, again, if you wait for people to be almost out of health, sometimes you have combos that require you to execute 3 combos. So you start your first combo, second combo, third combo, and by the time you reach the third combo, there's like a second and a half that passed, and that was enough for someone to go from like a 10% health to 0% health before you actually execute your combo. And even worse, if your combo is like a heal over time, uh, it won't help all that much unless it's a combo that can heal your character, your people almost to full health, at least to half. But as I mentioned, the problem with Celestial is that as you try to execute your combos, very, very often you will get interrupted. So if your healing ability depends on you executing your combo, and you cannot execute your combo, well, you're not going to be able to heal all that much.
Are you all right?
Jeffrey says Supergirl is a Phase 4 movie, just like Nightwing or Batgirl would be. Yeah, pretty much. They don't seem to understand that. They're so. There are certain characters that they want so much to push. They're so focused on trying to push certain obscure characters or certain characters, let's say, that they seem to be blinded by their ideology as opposed to using common sense. And it's something that at some point I was trying to mention that also in DCO, whereas yeah, it's nice when they try to make a content about the Mad Hatter. Like if they decide to give us a rewards about the Mad Hatter or Ambush Bug or some obscure characters, but they should really focus on the A-list characters. And then once in a while, yeah, sure, give us some obscure characters. Like right now, they give us 3 DLCs per year. Well, 2 of those DLCs should be A-list character: Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, The Flash. One of those characters. I would have said Green Lantern at some point, but right now people are a bit tired of Green Lantern, so I would wait a bit before giving us any Green Lantern content. Let's say 2 DLCs. 2 DLCs, they give us Batman and Superman, and then the third DLC, sure, give us Blue Beetle. Then the next year they give us the Flash, they give us Wonder Woman, and then the next DLC they give us Peacemaker. So for the movies, they should have started with Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and then once they have successful movies with those characters, then yeah, sure, then give us Supergirl, then give us Nightwing, then give us Bane versus Deathstroke.
Ultraman, Superman, you both act like you're gods, but gods don't bleed.
Kryptonite? You
Like Green
think
Arrow.
you can kill me with
Green Arrow had a pretty popular TV show on the CW. It's what started the whole Arrowverse. And somehow we never got a Green Arrow DLC. We got one DLC where we had one mission with Ra's al Ghul that sort of involved Green Arrow, and that's pretty much was it. It was like, come on, really? So you would have thought that if there would have been a time to have a Green Arrow, if there would have been a character that would have deserved a DLC, it would have been Green Arrow. Or The Flash, for that matter. The Flash, when we had the first 3 seasons of The Flash, oh, that was not good. When we had the first 3 seasons of The Flash was pretty popular. There was a lot of people in-game recreating The Flash. That's... Oh, I guess we should wait a bit. So that would have been the time to make a Flash DLC, but somehow that didn't happen. Now we did get the Flashpoint DLC, but it was more a Flashpoint Batman DLC than a Flash DLC. Come to think of it, actually no, we did have a couple of Flash missions, but that was again when you think about the Flashpoint DLC, that was a while. When things go wrong, oh, are they going to be able to take down the evil Ultraman? Let's find out. Normally I run around Ultraman to avoid the heat vision. I was too far from him. And ran in the wrong direction anyway. And when we got the Flash movie, yeah, the Flash movie was a dud, but they didn't know that ahead of time. That would have been a good time to have another Flash DLC. But somehow they gave us a time capsule with Zod instead of Flash. What can you do? But yeah, somehow they seem to think that well, James Gunn seems to love obscure characters, and now they seem to believe that he can take any obscure characters and make it successful. And obviously, he can't. Are they going to succeed? Uh, Mistweaver says the delay could kill a group in Elite. Yeah, when there's a delay, yeah, the delay in healing could be not good. So yeah, there's a few drawbacks for Celestials. But personally, the biggest drawback is always being interrupted. That I have a bit of the same issue with the Green Lantern Power. I don't play the Green Lantern Power that much because once more you keep on getting interrupted. So usually when I play as a Green Lantern, I just use the construct one time. Sometimes I'll use some of the combos, but very often I'll just use the ability one time as opposed to get the construct, as opposed to trying to execute the combo.
We should follow suit and regroup with the others. Rally our forces and come up with a plan of attack.
It's Border says, honestly, I don't think James Gunn knows how to write a good Batman movie. Yeah, I would have to agree, but it doesn't know how to write a good Superman movie either. So here over the scoreboard for people who like that kind of stuff. And did we get... Oh, let's go for that. Nah, we did not get a cape. Let's see if someone else maybe got the cape. Oh, Nicole says me. Did she get the cape? Congrats to Nicole. She got the cape. So you guys have seen we replay that mission pretty much every week, and the cape doesn't drop very often. So Adam says, okay, then I'll pass on healing role of Celestial. Yeah, I could see why. Celestial might not be the best choice if you want to be a healer. Jeffrey says, and you only include Supergirl when you are doing a Brainiac or Darkseid story. The Supergirl TV series explains how she came to Earth, etc., way better than the DCU does. Yeah, the sad thing is that the TV show was much better than the movie, at least the first season of the TV show. So when they make a movie that costs billions of dollars and they cannot even match a TV show that was made with a handful of quarters, you have to ask yourself what went wrong. David says left the group having internet issues. I understand. Yesterday we had a huge storm over here. So luckily tonight seems to be much better. But yeah, yesterday we did not end up losing power, so it would not have been an issue, but it could have been. Adam says, honestly, I was a fan of Smallville. I'm very happy you liked it. I liked it the first season, the first time I saw it. It kind of reminded me a bit of the X Files. They had more or less the same vibe as the X Files. They had the Monster of the Week, and it's easy enough to understand. A lot of the crew that worked on Smallville actually were crews that worked on the X Files. So they pretty much used whatever formula they had for the X Files, and they used it on Smallville with an extra dose of teen drama. Jeffrey says Supergirl 1984 was good too, in my opinion. That was a great Supergirl interpretation. Supergirl, the character was great. The movie, not so much. Having a villain being a freaking witch, give me a break. Like, whenever I see them use witches or like in Shazam 2, what were they supposed to be? Witches, goddesses? That's not. Give us a super villain, an actual super villain. Give us Doctor Doom. Give us Magneto. Give us actual super villains, not freaking witches. But sadly, too often when the protagonist is a lady, they go into stuff like that. Like even Wonder Woman. For the first movie, they kind of were able to avoid that a little bit, but for the second movie, again, the monkey paw and the rock that grants wishes. Really? Ruthless asks, how's the stream going? We're going good. Jeffrey says Furiosa is what Supergirl should have been, but Furiosa did way better and first. I did not see Furiosa. I saw Mad Max Fury Road, but I did not see the Furiosa movie. With the Furiosa movie, they did the one sin they often do. They made a somewhat successful character with Furiosa, and then they recast the actress. If they wanted to make a Furiosa movie, fine. Make a Furiosa movie with Charlize Theron. That's the Furiosa people liked. But nah, they had to make it some sort of prequel, so they had to recast a younger actress that looks nothing like Charlize Theron. And the worst part is that we know what Charlize Theron looked like when she was like 20 years old. She looked nothing like the actress they selected. But there you go. Adam says, quite correct, Jeffrey. Ruthless says, firepower reminds me of Johnny Cash burning Ring of Fire now. Adam says, burn, 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 Ring of Fire. Jeffrey says people can make a great Aqualad with water and ice powers now. That is true. That's one of the things, of the nice thing, I guess, with those augments, is that now people will be able to mix and match different powers together. There's this character at Marvel called Equinox, where he's half Iceman and half the Human Torch. So he has both fire and ice powers. So now you could do that in DCO. You could have the ice powers and the fire augments, and you could recreate our friend Equinox. And even in the DC universe, there's our friend Amazo, the evil Amazo, who can have powers from different league members. So now you could have, let's say, you could have ice powers, then the fire augments, then a whole bunch of iconic powers, and create a pretty cool Amazo. And I'm saying ice powers, you could actually use any powers you like. But you could combine it with an augment and some iconics, and have an Amazo that has powers from different Justice Leaguer. Jeffrey says they need to make it that if you have ice powers and have a gun, it can shoot. Yeah, I understand. You'd like to be able to do like a Mr. Freeze or it's a funny thing. Like there's a lot of ice powered characters in this universe, but it's character like a Mr. Freeze who uses a gun that shoots ice. It's a character like a Captain Cold who also uses a gun that shoots ice. I forget what the icicle uses. The only one who actually has ice powers, I think, is Killer Frost. But yeah, in order to be able to create, let's say, a good version of Mr. Freeze, yeah, having the gun actually shoot the ice would be nice. But within the context of DC Universe Online, you do the best you can with the abilities you have. So what can you do? Mr. Prudent Wise, he looks like a character in his own movie, lol. I guess you mean a supporting character in his own movie? Wish they would redo. Wish they would redo Ice Elemental and make it more tanky. Well, they had issues with Ice Elemental or even Ice Armor. Some of you guys may remember way back when Ice Armor would actually transform our character. They removed that because sadly they have some issues where sometimes when you transform your character, it messes up the camera. So there's a lot of abilities they removed or modified in order to fix that. Like they could not fix the issue itself, so they changed the ability so that it wouldn't glitch the camera anymore. Mr. Prudent Wise, a lot of people are, let's say, disappointed when the devs said the water rebalancing was as intended. Yeah, the one who's doing the rebalancing is Ramanru, and he seems to have, let's say, certain visions about the game. He's also the one behind the artifacts, by the way, and he's also behind the power revamp. Right now, sadly, they seem to have some issues with the light power revamp, which is why it's taking so long. One of the issues with the power revamp is the combo. Like yes, water has some combos, but no power no power has combos like the Green Lantern power. Like the Green Lantern power combos into other powers, into other powers, into other powers, and it can do that to infinity. It seems that this adds a level of complexity that causes a lot of issues, and they seem to have hit a wall with that. They're trying to fix those issues. And sadly, the people that came up with the Green Lantern powers way back when, they haven't been with the studio in quite some time. So they have a bit of issues with revamping the light powers, which is why it takes so long. Jeffrey says, I just want this game to fully open up so all the players can use all the different powers that this game shows or the has shows. They actually had magnetic powers, but let it go. Well, with the augment, that's pretty much where they're going. If they keep on adding augment for all the powers, eventually people will have access to all the powers through the augments. Artificial intelligence says multiverse. As I told you before, the success or failure of the Supergirl movie wouldn't affect the game at all. You don't know that. As far as we know, there might be a truckload of people who might have been tempted. Like if the movie, let's assume the Supergirl movie was a success, there are people who might have said, "Oh, the Supergirl character was awesome in the movie. I want to play Supergirl. What game would allow me to do that? DC Universe Online would be that game." So how many people saw the Supergirl movie and thought, maybe I'm not going to play Supergirl in DC Universe Online after all? Sadly, the failure of the movie affects everything. It will affect the comics. It will affect the game. It will affect the DC brand itself. Some people are like, if you saw on YouTube, there's a truckload. There's no shortage of videos of people who claim that the DCU is dead and that Paramount are about to pull the plug. Now, a lot of them are speculations. They don't really know anything. The one thing we know, though, is that there was a meeting between James Gunn and I forget his name, the guy at the head of Paramount. That would not happen if the Supergirl movie had been a hit. So it will influence a lot of things. We're going to have to wait and see the impact it will have. Like way back when Jeffrey was mentioning the Supergirl movie from 1984, that also had an impact. At the time, they wanted to kill a whole bunch of characters in Crisis on Infinite Earths, and they were not sure if they were going to kill Supergirl or not. Some people wanted to kill Supergirl, some wanted to not kill Supergirl, and what the deciding factor was the Supergirl movie. When the Supergirl movie was a disaster at the box office, they killed Supergirl in Crisis on Infinite Earths. So I understand that maybe it doesn't affect you, maybe it doesn't affect most of us here playing the game. We're already playing the game, so we're not going to start playing the game or stop playing the game because of the movie. But there are people who are on the fence. There are people who are on the fence about playing the game, about the Supergirl character. If they see the Supergirl movie and they think the movie is garbage or the character is garbage, and they might decide that they don't want to play DC Universe Online after all. Oh, and evil chat. Oh, there we go. Jeffrey says Black Lantern powers should be Halloween, definitely. Orange Lanterns, definitely for Christmas. Pink Lanterns should be Valentine. Yeah, that would be my guess. If they release more of those more of those augments with reverse abilities, yeah, I would guess that's when they're going to release it. Artificial Intelligence says the movies didn't do well and the lobbies are still full. You might have noticed it's not that full. If we take a quick look at the map, like we have 4 phases. I don't know if you recall. Not that long ago, we had like 17 phases when we had I forget what the event was. One of the previous events not too long ago had a lot more phases than we have right now. Now, I would not blame the movie for that. Actually, I would say it's probably the summer vacation that started. Normally, early June, the summer vacation starts, and we start seeing a dip in population. Although the previous seasonal, the previous event did keep people playing a little bit more than I expected, so that was nice. So we had a few events that did keep a bit more people for June. We even had a few people that stuck around for the start of the summer seasonal. But tomorrow is July 4th. On July 4th, I'm warning you right now, population drops like a rock. Like right now, we have 4 phases. Come on. Right now, we have 4 phases. Tomorrow, we'll probably have half of that. Like when the summer seasonal, not just summer seasonal starts, but when the 4th of July starts, that's when we see a huge drop in population. The reason for that is very simple. 67% of the players we have here are from the United States. And that is where the summer vacations truly starts. Way back when, it used to, that's when most of the vacation would start. But since we got the virus of unknown origins and people were stuck for 2 years inside, vacation starts a bit earlier. People were stuck inside for 2 years. So now instead of waiting for early July to go on vacation, As soon as July 1st comes around, there's a whole bunch of people already that starts going on vacation. Oh, Absolute Superman says barbecue chicken wings tomorrow. Tomorrow, absolutely. Tomorrow, a lot of chicken wings will be eaten. Jeffrey says, Walt say that again. What the type of Iconics new one? Just to one person? You're joking, correct? No, they're. From what I understand, there's a giveaway. One of the Creator League is doing a giveaway, and basically there's one winner who will win some iconic abilities. I don't know if he wins just one ability of his choice. If he wins all the iconic abilities, to be honest, I did not really pay attention to the giveaway. Let me check again. Maybe there's some more information that. But in a nutshell, it seems they're going to use the Creator League to do some sort of giveaway for the iconic abilities. And sadly, it's not like they're giving 10 iconic abilities or 100 iconic abilities. It seems to be one iconic ability for one winner. No, I can't find it. But if you search on YouTube DCO iconic ability or something like that, you'll probably find it. Yeah, I can't. Sorry, I can't find it right now. Although I see the video you mentioned about the actress. So it is the becoming Supergirl. So it seems to be a video about the new Supergirl actress. As some of you guys may have noticed, the Supergirl character we have in the game looks really young. She looks like she's 12 years old or something. But the voice they gave her looks like she's 35 years old. Or sounds like she's 35 years old. Or if she's 12 years old, she's 12 years old who smokes 3 packs a day. But there seems to be an interview with her. But to get back to the iconic Jeffrey, so in a nutshell, what they seem to be doing is that they're giving exclusive stuff to the Creator League. Oh, there we have our little Supergirl friend. So they seem to be giving some exclusive things to the Creator Leagues to do giveaways. And it would seem that that is how we will be able to get iconic abilities. But again, it's not like they're giving them a thought. Like remember way back when the DCO used to give me codes to give you guys, and at one point I think they gave me over 1,000 codes. But as it turns out, that's not what they're doing. They're giving one reward box to give to one person or something like that. Now again, I don't know the details, so I'm a bit hesitant to say anything about that. But go check the video, you'll see. So in a nutshell, that seems to be how they're going to make those abilities. They're going to make those abilities available again through giveaways with the Creator League. Now, will that work will that be a good thing for the creators? Will that be not a good thing? We'll see. I know that it might seem like a good thing, but sadly sometimes doing giveaways bring in the wrong people. Sometimes it brings people that only wants to give away and they don't watch your content. So when that happens, YouTube sees people come to certain videos. When you do a giveaway, they'll see that some people come to watch those videos. But then when you make a video about the Supergirl emblem, and a lot of those people who just come for giveaways don't come to see your video, YouTube sees that as a bad thing. So in short term, it might help you get a few new subscribers because you're doing a giveaway. In the long term, if those new subscribers do not watch your videos, YouTube will get the message that maybe people don't like your content very much. So it's a mixed blessing. But yeah, so in a nutshell, it would seem that the way to get new iconic abilities, or the way to get the old iconic abilities that are no longer available, will be through giveaways from the various Creator League members. S. says these greedy devs made the electric Kryptonian Slimline almost $50 when the full price buyout for the last year's Superman event was $15. That's crazy. Absolutely, but that's what they did. Sadly, they're trying to use FOMO a lot, and if you miss out on something, they will make you pay a premium price for what you missed. Oh, Jeffrey says that Meta Knight got kicked out of the Creator League. Yeah, she was kicked out. She says she doesn't know why. Apparently, they did not explain to her what happened. There was some behind the scenes, let's say, drama, and supposedly she tried to get information, to get to understand what was going on, and instead of telling her what was going on, they just kicked her out of the league. Now, is that really what happened? We don't know. The thing is, all we have really is there's a post that Meta Knight posted. Is what she's saying really the truth? Is what she's saying not really the truth? We don't know. So at the end of the day, either you believe what she's saying, or you don't believe what she's saying. It's pretty much that simple. Now the Creator League is a mixed bag. As you guys know, I used to be part of the Creator League. I left because it became obvious to me that from the point of view of a YouTuber, it was not a good thing. As I mentioned, like it was nice to have giveaways like with the codes, but it was not helping me very much. Actually, the one thing that did help was when I left the Creator League. When I did leave the Creator League, I had uh, a huge bump in subscribers. So that was the one good thing. Because when you're part of the Creator League, whether it's true or not, people will see you as a shield. It's sad, but that's how it is. And a lot of people don't like shields very much, so they're not going to support you. They're not going to support your content if they think you're a shield. And even if you're being honest, even if you give your honest opinion uh, inside whatever restriction DCO gives you, uh, people will still see you as a shill. So being part of the Creator League kind of hurts your channel because of that. And again, the giveaways, the few advantages that you should get from the Creator League, the giveaways are not really an advantage because in the end, it kind of hurts you in the long term. In the short term, yeah, it brings some subscribers that do want to have the giveaway. In the long term, if those subscribers do not watch your channel, it's not helping you. And also the information. When they don't give you the information ahead of time, or when they give you incomplete information, that that makes also the whole thing pointless because like in a nutshell there would be when they would give us information about let's say the next DLC, there would be a you could not mention anything before a certain date. Normally the date was like the Saturday before the event would go live at 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Well, that stings for two reasons. First, you barely announce it like 2 days before the event goes live, so that's not much of an exclusive. If at least you could announce it a week, 2 weeks before, then people will watch your video. But when you announce it like 2 days before the event goes live, it's not really helping you. And even worse, when you have to announce it at 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, at 3 a.m. there's not a lot of people online. So, uh, so good luck. So at every turn, everything that should have been a good idea to be part of a Creator League turned out to not be a good idea and turned out, at least from the point of view of a YouTuber, maybe from the point of view of a big YouTuber like me, maybe for a small YouTuber that has only 200 subscribers, maybe being part of the league helps them. But from my point of view, it did not help. It actually was it was a mistake. And also, there was a whole bunch of drama that I won't get into. So, so being part of the Creator League for me was a bad idea. And as it turns out, it was a bad idea for Meta Knight as well. It seems artificial intelligence wants to get into an argument. The movie failure or success has nothing to do with the video game. Never has, never will. It's Border. It says multiverse. Where's your thoughts? Oh, I just talked about that. Oh, apparently she. Well, I knew that she said she was leaving the game and she would not be make content about the game anymore. And its border seems to suggest that she deleted everything that was DCO related. That's her choice. If she decides to kill her channel, we can stop her. We don't know what happened. So is that is that an overreaction? Is she doing the right thing? We'll never know. Oh, and the chat jumped on me.
Look out!
Mr. Prudent Wise says, my heart is broken hearing the news. That is a low down, dirty way to give away something most players would have loved to have. Yeah, way back when they would tell us that there would be some way to be able to get those iconic abilities in the future. We thought they would make either some sort of event like they did with the artifact XP or the ally favor. We thought that maybe those would be included in the Imp Mart. Now they might still be included in the Imp Mart later down the line, but right now it would seem that what they're doing is that they're giving it to Creator League people. So that seems to be their way to bring back those abilities right now. Now we know that it will be also rewards at the end of the current campaign. These abilities will be part of the rewards. We will be able to choose. Sadly, there are the rewards like the chromatic material that people will want to choose as well. So it's going to be a tough choice. Adam says, "I'm not shocked by such." Yeah, I suppose that shouldn't be that shouldn't be surprising. Jeffrey says it should have been a give with the Kingdom Come Superman emblem. Give we had Superman 2025 and in 2027 the Man of Tomorrow. The devs lack brain at times. That's what they decided to do. Why we'll never know. Oh, I missed some of the too much to do. Oh, Clara says, I won some material on our sweepstakes last Christmas. First time I won anything. So there we go. So the Critter League have been trying to do giveaways for some time now. Good for them. And the devs seems to have been trying to give them more valuable stuff to give away. Like I don't know if you recall, some time ago we had some codes, and those codes were not giving us the let's say the best rewards. But it was better than no rewards, I guess. But the problem also with the giveaway is that when you give away garbage, yeah, it's not going to help most people. But here it would seem that they took really the premium stuff, and that's what they're giving away. And again, that's not going to make people happy either. Adam says it's not always the dev's fault. Sometimes it can be the persons at the top, which makes the final decisions. Whether it's the devs or the people at the top or EG7, it doesn't matter. The result is the same. It's Border. It says James Gunn said in an interview that the day DC deal closed, Warner Bros. Announced Henry Cavill return as Superman without his knowledge. Gunn was already planning his own Superman movie. Yeah, it's there's a lot of bad stuff that happened way back when. Uh, in a nutshell, when they announced that Cavill was coming back, uh, they did that before they hired. They did that before they officially hired James Gunn, but they already knew that they were going to hire James Gunn as the the top creative at the studio, and they already knew that James Gunn did not really want to use Henry Cavill. But they wanted to have Henry Cavill at the end of Black Adam to try to boost the sales for Black Adam. So they basically told Henry Cavill that he would be Superman again. And also, Henry Cavill basically left the Witcher because of that. He wasn't happy with the Witcher. He thought he was going to be Superman again, so he left the Witcher. And as it turns out, they never had any real intention to hire him again. They just wanted to increase the sale of the Black Adam movie, and it didn't really work. And then when James Gunn was announced as the official boss of the new DCU, later down the line he announced the Superman he wanted. And the worst part is that when you look at the Corn Sweat, he doesn't look like that much different from Henry Cavill. He's maybe 10 years younger. So they probably could still have used Henry Cavill, but they had no intention to do that. Jeffrey says, another gripe that I have is the Batcave should be way bigger and pushed out further when you in the bottom of the Batcave itself. Should have been way larger. Yeah, they when they first gave us the cave, they made it like all the other. The idea at the time was that all the layers would be the same because of PvP, so that people would know what the layers look like. It's only later on that when they added new layers that, like you'll notice, you cannot play PvP in the new layers. So all the layers originally were made to play PvP, and they had all the same layouts. So that's why the cave is the way it is. Adam says, am I correct in speculating that in point in time there was a possibility of creating a power set that utilizes chemical like Bane? No, they were talking about that. They were working on what they called the serum power set, but it never happened. At some point, somebody came to their senses and came to realize that making a power around drugs not the best idea, maybe. Yeah, I guess we should start another mission. I'll keep on reading the chat. So let's. Oh yeah, so let's play the other. So we played the first Earth 2 mission. Let's play the second one. So yeah, there was supposed to be a serum power set inspired by the evil Bane. But then at some point, the devs came to realize that, yeah, a power set made around drugs, probably not the best idea. Now, I understand that the game is rated teens, I think. Still not a good idea. Jeffrey says it will also be nice if the devs would make everything connected to what DLC they are giving us. If we have Superman content, etc., we should get everything connected with them. Would be nice, but that's not what they're doing. Jeffrey also says Green Arrow should have gotten a new DLC, Plastic Man, etc., Mr. Terrific. There's a lot of things that should have happened. It didn't happen. Adam says they need to give us a multiverse DLC. That'll never happen. Jeffrey, we need new cities too in the game, and I don't understand why we can't get Coast City. Way back when, that's what we thought. We thought that Gotham and Metropolis, we thought that was only the beginning. We thought that as time would go by, they would give us more and more cities like that. And then when we got the first DLC, the Green Lantern DLC, we had Coast City, but it was just an alert, and it's not really Coast City. It was just mostly first aircraft. And then when we finally did get a CD with the lightning, was it Lightning Strike? With the first Flash DLC, we did get Central City, but it was a tiny version of Central City. And since then, that's pretty much what we're getting most of the time. We're getting a small version of a city. So we did get Thanagar, we did get Mogo. Oh. Evil Cinematic. What sorcery is this?
How are you?
Mr. Johnny, talk a bit more. I don't know if your sound is too low or too high.
Hello.
It's a bit low. Gonna get me
how are
killed.
you?
Okay.
Is that better?
I'm not sure. When you talk some more, I'll know. How are you doing, good sir?
I am good. You?
We're good. We're good. For those who don't
Where's
remember, this is Johnny, also known as Flashpoint Ghost Rider, Flashpoint Batman, Flashpoint Johnny Blaze. Did I forget? Did I forget any?
Yeah, Doom, Danny Cat, everything, you know. So, you know,
So what brings you here tonight?
I am just, you know, kind of have time right now. So, been working on my DZ course, if you know what that is. I'm assuming you know what that is.
No idea.
It's a trucking license. And, you know, so just been busy with life. Yeah. Where's your lady friend?
It's her birthday today, so she has a birthday party or something like that.
Okay. Cool. What are you guys playing? You guys running missions right now?
Yeah, we're playing a raid right now. Sadly, there's no room for you unless
What do
you
you
wait.
think of the failure of Supergirl?
We're always to be expected. You have to wonder who thought that was a good idea to begin with. And there's a lot of trades that seem to say that it was unexpected. It wasn't unexpected. Anyone could have foreseen that with half a brain. But they've been trying to do that for quite some time. They seem to think that any character can succeed somehow, and I guess they're half right. Sometimes we do get a surprise. There are some characters that do succeed despite all odds, but it's like playing the lottery. What are you gonna do? You're gonna bet on the thing that has a 1 in a million chance to succeed, or the thing that has 1 out of 2 chance to succeed. And somehow
Well,
they
that's
seem
just it,
to.
right?
But
That's
somehow
just it. Like, if you're gonna choose between a Superman movie or a Supergirl movie, which one do you think is gonna make more money? Probably Superman. You know?
Yeah, but somehow there's some people who were oh
I can hear you.
no, I wanted to invite you to the group, but somehow I can't.
Oh, that's okay.
Or can
No
I?
big deal.
The translocator is ready. Your Earth is as good as ours.
Oh, let's try again. I don't know why I cannot invite you to the group.
It's okay. I'm just here to kind of chill for a bit, so. But yeah.
Oh, are you a villain?
No, I'm on my Johnny Blaze, so it's a hero.
Are you low level?
Nope.
Then I don't know.
That's okay.
But yeah, so for the Supergirl movie, that was to be expected. Uh, Especially considering the Supergirl they made. Like if they had made at least something that resembles Supergirl, maybe it would have been a bit better. But the depressing Supergirl that's a drunk that I don't understand who thought that was appealing. And I know that they're trying to say that they're recreating the bestseller graphic novel by Tom King. Uh, Not sure it sold all that much, but anyway. Actually, it probably sold more when James Gunn did make the announcement. Because when he did announce the various projects he would make, that actually did give quite a boost to comics related to his announcement. So the Supergirl comic did get a boost. The Authority comics did get a boost. Some of the people were mentioning before that movies don't influence anything. It does. It did.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Nicole.
Yeah, no, it's like we've always said, you know, like what's gonna sell first, Flash, Batman, Superman movie, or a fucking what do you call it, Supergirl movie, or an Ant-Man movie, or like you gotta think like if you're gonna pick a character, to make a movie about, they need to be established in that universe already, so they have a fan base, or they need to be a popular character from the get-go.
Yeah, but
They can't just throw someone in there, you know?
yeah, but even with the Flash, they managed to burn the license with the last few seasons of the TV show and with the Flash movie, sadly.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is that movie could have done really well if it just wasn't terrible.
Well, the Flash was miscast to begin with. They wanted to cast against type, so they cast someone that should never have been cast as the Flash. I remember when we first saw him with long hair and he had some sort of purple suit in some event, and holy crap, when he was laughing, that should have been the Joker. He would have made a perfect Joker. But somehow they got into their heads that they wanted to cast against type, and they cast someone to be the Flash that should never have been the Flash.
Right?
Like they wanted to cast a weird queer Flash, and that didn't work. Oh no, I'm uncontrolled. But either way, they burned the Flash with the last few seasons of the Flash were ridiculous, and the Flash movie again was the final nail in the coffin. And even then, they managed to burn the Flash a bit.
Yeah.
And now we have
I feel like they've overdone the Flash, and then they've also killed it by making the last few seasons of the Flash show terrible, and with the Flash movie CGI being terrible, the actor being terrible, and also being caught up in the news and whatnot all the time, and you know, his personality just of the character just not matching the, you know, in the comics as well. I think that was just like a big clusterfuck of just like, you know, of bad decisions, and they just killed the character, you know.
and even Michael Keaton could not save the film.
I know. It was the only good part too. That's the funny thing.
That's the sad part. Although Supergirl wasn't bad either. I wasn't too crazy that it wasn't really Supergirl, but other than that, she did fine.
Yeah.
And compared to the one we just got, she actually was Oscar worthy.
Yeah.
And you must have been very sad that they butchered the Flashpoint storyline.
It was.
But anyway, so it shouldn't be rocket surgery. Create your main characters first: Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and then if you want to create Blue Beetle, sure, why not? Then, assuming you're successful, of course.
Mm.
And even with the Lantern TV show coming up, they're very proud at every turn to say that they called the show Lantern instead of Green Lantern because somehow Green Lantern was stupid, they says. Or one of the director was very happy to say that the show was made for people who are not fan of Green Lanterns, so stuff like that. So when you hear that kind of crap, how can it even be good to begin with?
Yeah.
In a nutshell, they did not really make a Green Lantern TV show. They made a true detective with maybe some Lantern elements into it.
This isn't over. There isn't anywhere you can hide from me.
Yeah, no, I just feel like they're running down a lot of the characters that, you know, actually had a fan base into the ground. Like, for example, alright, I know there are a lot of people that like the Superman film because they're just, you know, for the most part, they're just James Gunn fans. They're not really like fans of the actual film. They're more just blazers of James Gunn. But and that's fine. You can glaze over whoever the hell you want, right? But the thing is, though, I'm not a Superman fan per se. but I am a fan of using actual source of material to make a movie. All right, and I can't make this up. I'm not making this up. He literally has an interview on this. Right, anyone out there, even a non-fan like myself, should know this. Superman's full name is Clark Joseph Kent. I've known that from Smallville. I've known that from Snyderverse.
Oh, you're
Okay.
talking about the James Gunn didn't know that?
Yeah, and that's so wild to me because he claims to be a Superman fan. He claims to be a comic book nerd, and you know what? I don't even consider myself a comic book nerd because I'd be lying because I'm very particular on characters that I like. Calling myself a comic book nerd means I have a large variety of comic books that I read. I don't really read that whole lot, to be honest. Okay, and the fact that he has the audacity to say that he's a comic book nerd, that he's a Superman fan, and doesn't even know the most basic things about the character is hilarious to me. You know? Oh, it's just when I saw that interview, I just laughed.
I don't think he's a Superman fan. I think he's a fan of Grant Morrison. So he read All-Star Superman, and that's what he knows about Superman. I
That's
don't.
his thing, right? If you're gonna direct and make a film of a character that has a fan base, you need to know the sources. You need to do your research. You need to not just go based off of what you want. You need to do a service for the fans. All right.
You would think
And-
that, but more and more that's not what they're doing.
Like, I just don't think, and that's the thing. Like Superman, yeah, okay, they captured the Boy Scout thing within that movie. Sure, that's fine. But the thing is, though, they didn't capture the manly part of him. They didn't capture the toughness, the strength of him, the power that he has. You know, they didn't portray that. They didn't portray him being a one-man army. They portrayed him needing a whole list of friends to help him fight. You know, that's not Superman. Superman works with a team, yes, but he doesn't need a team. That's what the thing about him is he's supposed to display teamwork, even though he doesn't need a team, right?
Yeah,
And
but that's one of the
but
problems.
he needed a team for this, you know.
That's one
Like,
of the problems we have with Hollywood these days is that they don't have to have the one main leading character that's an evil male. Even worse, they have to surround him with a whole bunch of diverse characters. They even did that. You would think that with Black Adam, The Rock being a black guy, you would think that would have been enough to check the checkbox and just make a movie about the Black Adam. But even then, they had to follow the same playbook, the same checklists. They had to surround him with a group. Check. They had to have diverse characters in that group. Check. Like it's not an accident if we have Hawkman as a black guy and then we have Hawkgirl as a Latina. They have to check those boxes. And if we have Mr. Terrific in the group, again, it all comes down to checking those boxes. When you look at the Black Adam and you look at Superman, holy crap! There's a lot of similarities that are kind of hard to ignore because they're checking. They're so busy trying to check all the same boxes that you end up with more or less the same, not quite the same thing, but a similar thing.
like I said, you know, I'm okay with them making him super, you know, heroic. Okay, I like darker versions of Superman personally, but I'm okay with them making him heroic because that's comic book accurate. But just the way they did it with everything else made him look like shit. You know. And then I find the humor with James Gunn's latest films with with DC, they just seem so forced and dry. They don't seem funny. I don't know like what it is, but from when you compare Guardians of the Galaxy stuff that he did, and you compare it to the DC stuff, it just feels like a copy and paste, but a worse version of copy and paste.
Well, the difference is that when he did Guardians of the Galaxy, he had there was some oversight. He had people above him who would approve his stuff. With DC, he's the one who approves everything. He's the oversight. So there's no one telling him, don't do this, or that's a bad idea. Although supposedly his wife actually does that. She gave him some notes about the Peacemaker season 2 that made him rewrite the whole thing.
Like it's just, I don't know. Like I said, it seems forced and it's just not funny to me. I don't know. Like when he did Guardians, I actually had a few moments where I chuckled. You know,
Well,
the
again,
entire
at the time you
the,
probably had Kevin Feige or whoever else was producer. Ike Perlman was still there, I think, who would approve his jokes. So maybe at the time he wanted to make uh, some poop jokes, and then maybe Kevin Feige said, no, that's going too far. And he had to, maybe he had people who had to pull him back. But now he doesn't have those people. He can do whatever he wants.
Breach of Tartarus.
yeah. Well, he's got some good stuff, but the problem is that he has too more bad like shit stuff than good stuff. You know.
Yeah. Well, again, if you like, I know the James Gunn fans probably did enjoy the Suicide Squad. Personally, I did not like it. I like some of it. I like Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn is spot on, but not because of James Gunn, because of Margot Robbie. She was perfect for the role. Him using Starro was I never thought I would see Starro on the big screen, so that was nice. But there's a lot of again a lot of the bad jokes that you mentioned were in that movie.
Like there was this like the whole thing. Remember in the end of the Superman movie where Superman makes a joke or some type of like remark. I don't remember what it was completely about the building not being even or something like that. Like it seemed like he was trying to make it so funny, but it didn't come off funny to me at all. It just seemed like okay, that was a weird cringy comment, and then that was it. You know. Anyways, I don't know. And then, from my understanding too, because I was reading some reviews, I haven't watched the Supergirl movie yet. I plan on watching it soon. And it's like apparently it's even more amplified from what I hear. That the jokes are even worse. Oh, have you seen it?
No, I didn't see it. The only reason I would see it would be for Lobo, and from what I understand, he's only in the movie for like 10 minutes. So
Well, then I'll be watching 10 minutes of the movie. That's about it.
well, that kind of shows you that they're not completely crazy. They knew that the movie would not do well just with Supergirl. So because if you saw some of the latest promotion, they're using Lobo and Superman a lot in the promotions, even though again those guys are barely 5-10 minutes in the movie. But they knew that that's what people want to see, so they use them a lot in the promotion. And sadly, it's a bit of a bait and switch where they're not in the movie all that much.
Yeah. I had a feeling that he wasn't going to be part of the movie that much, just simply because, you know,
Well, the worst
it's
part
always
is
a
that
disappointment, but
apparently it was in the movie even less, but with the reshoot they added more scenes with him, if you can believe it.
yeah. I know I read something up about that as well.
So I guess he was a little more than a cameo, and then they extended his role a little bit.
I'm sure they did that with Batman and the Flash movie as well.
Could be. But with the Flash movie, the problem they had is that they had Ezra Miller, and not only did they have Ezra Miller, they had Ezra Miller twice. So that's even worse.
It reminds me of that scene from SpongeBob with where he blows a paint bubble. He was like, you know, it's better than you know, it's worse than than one paint bubble, two, and he just like blows the second one and it blows up everywhere. It's a stupid little joke there.
And the worst part with the Flash movie is that it was such a missed opportunity. Like they could have had a movie with Grant Gustin, and even better yet, add what's his name, the guy who plays the old Flash,
Yeah, John Wesley Shipp.
John Wesley Shipp. Oh, I hear myself a lot now.
Didn't do anything.
Did you change the settings or?
Nope.
Anyway,
Is
so
that better?
I don't know. I don't hear myself right now, so we're good. So that was such a missed opportunity. Imagine if when he goes back in time, instead of two Ezra Miller, what if you had Ezra Miller and the other Flash is uh, Grant Gustin?
Yeah.
And the worst part is that they have in the scene at the end with all the multiverse stuff, they do have a scene with Jay Garrick, but they used the guy who played the fake Jay Garrick in the Flash TV show in the second season, the guy who plays Zoom.
Yeah.
They use that version of Jay Garrick, and you have to wonder again why.
Yeah. Sometimes I feel like the people that make these movies don't even know anything about the movies they're making about. Sometimes, you know,
Yeah, it happens.
like they just make a movie for the sake of making a movie, just so they make money, you know, and they don't do anything in the background research or
Well,
like
the
past movies or anything.
movies are nothing short of a small miracle. You have 1,000 people trying to work together to put the whole thing together, and sadly, sometimes some of the people involved. Oh, I heard something again. Some of the people involved don't know anything. Oh, again. And sometimes they when they make a like in this case a movie about a comic book. Sometimes they don't know anything about the freaking comic book.
Yeah.
Now here in this case, we know that the writer completely misunderstood the ending. That's the first thing that's obvious. But also we have the director who did mention that he was trying to not look at the comic. I guess he wanted to have his own take or whatever, his own interpretation, and it shows. The one of the comment that keeps on we keep on hearing is that they did not really follow the comic. Like they followed the comic on a superficial level, but they did not understand the themes of the comics. They did not understand pretty much anything about the comic.
Are you gonna be watching the new Avengers movie when it comes out soon?
I don't know. I saw the leaks earlier today. I don't, I don't know. It looks to me like they're making it seem like look, we're bringing back your favorite character. Oh, we're bringing back your favorite characters with Robert Downey Jr. and with Chris Evans, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like they're bringing them back to destroy the characters. Like people wanted to see Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man. Obviously, that's not what we're getting. People wanted Steve Rogers as Captain America. Obviously, that's not what we're getting. Uh, and the worst part is that they did tell us as much. They did tell us that they that when there was a trailer with Steve Rogers, they did tell us that Steve Rogers will return, not Captain America, Steve Rogers.
Yeah.
And I'm betting dollars to donuts that the Steve Rogers we will have will be Captain Hydra.
I don't doubt that.
So I don't know. I'm a bit hesitant because of that because they did the same thing way back when in Marvel Comics. They had this event called Generations where they gave the illusion that they were bringing back Tony Stark Iron Man, they were bringing back Bruce Banner the Hulk, they were bringing back Captain America, Steve Rogers. But as it turns out, they it was they brought back Iron Man with Riri Williams. But the whole point of the comic was for Iron Man to say that Riri Williams was much better than he was much smarter and much gooder. And basically, all the comic was for, or all the comics were for, was to raise the new character and say how much they were much better than the original characters. So that was
Yeah.
a bit. And it seems they're doing the same thing now. It seems that they will bring they are bringing Steve Rogers, which is what people were asking for. But actually, what people wanted was Steve Rogers as Captain America. But they don't want to backtrack. They're determined to have. You look like a cowboy. They're determined to have Sam Wilson being Captain America, and they're not going to back down at all. And I'll be right back.
Mhm.
Oh, we lost Claire. So at first glance, it looks like they're doing what people are asking for, but I'm afraid that it'll end up being a big middle finger to the fans. Like, yeah, we brought back Steve Rogers, but oopsie, he's not Captain America. There's someone else who wanted to join. Oh, did I lose Johnny? I could have sworn there was someone else asking to join. Oh, Nicole is back. There we go. So I guess while we wait. Oh, I read myself in Johnny's. Oh, there we go.
A little back.
I was going to read the chat a bit. So Adam says, I also remember Christopher Reeve as Superman as well. Sorry, I don't recall at all what we were talking about. Jason says, Flash needs to have another DLC. He had the first one, but we need one for Wally or even Bart. Actually, the first one was Green Lantern. Flash was the second DLC. I guess you could count the Flashpoint as a Flash DLC, sort of. Oh no, I forgot.
I see it more as a Batman DLC, but yeah.
Yeah, because it's more focused on Flashpoint Batman, but there's actually a couple of missions with the Flash, so I guess it counts.
I'd say it's more like 40% Flash, 60% Batman. You know?
Adam says, so it pertains to combo power sets, don't necessarily focus on the combos. I completely forget what the discussion was. But yeah, when we talked about combos before, it's a bit challenging to use combos in DCU right now, especially in some of the later content. What say you, Johnny? Do you use combos?
On Celestial, once in a while. But I don't use them anymore because of all the augments, so.
What say you about the new augments? You did purchase them, didn't you?
I do have the new fire augment on my Danny, and then I just have it on Johnny because it's, you know, whatever. It's not a big deal. I get double, I guess, fire. So, but I got it originally from my Danny because I wanted to give him heavenly powers and also fire powers, right? Because the whole Angel Rider theme. But yeah.
Yeah, I saw people are already planning to combine the diverse powers. I saw some people mention Amazo. Some have some good ideas to make an Amazo with a whole bunch of different various powers. So
Well, not just that, right? If we get all a bunch of powers from a bunch of things, you can make Doctor Doom with his magic, technology.
absolutely.
You know, is you can make Martian Manhunter a bunch of Kryptonians. You can make Darkseid with a bunch of different powers as well, right?
Well,
Um,
one of the things with Superman is that
Strange.
like if I hope they make a Earth augment where we will be able to use Jackhammer because it
Well,
allows
I
to
was
be
just
able to
gonna say,
create
if I get Jackhammer, I'm using it on my Doomslayer.
absolutely all my Superman characters, my all my characters that are sort of super strength related, they'll all be using it.
Like my Doomslayer is going to be using mainly munitions, and then I'll use Earth for the Jackhammer,
Oh.
and then I'll also have like a couple fire abilities as well because you know hell.
That's what happens when you pay too much attention to the chat. Already, I see some people who are planning to make Rage character with the fire augments, and they seem to think that they will be invincible because of the self healing.
Yeah. It's crazy because when you think about it, with all these powers being available, there's with all the combinations. If you just like make someone who has the only shields or someone who has like the best healing abilities from every power, there's gonna be no excuse at some point to die ever. You know?
Well, I already with Rage, like if you have some self healing, a Rage Crash won't be a problem no more because you'll be able to heal yourself more than the Rage Crash, or at least as much as the Rage Crash.
Yeah. Another reason why I don't go Rage right now is because I don't want that power ring on my head. That's
Yeah.
it. It's the only thing stopping me is that stupid little ring.
Well, if you want to be a Red Lantern, you have no choice. But now you have to wonder also. No, I was going to say like if they make the Rage augment, would they give us a red ring? But they didn't do it. They didn't give us a blue ring with the Blue Lantern, and they did not give us a white ring. So yeah, they probably wouldn't do that.
I think we're getting eventually we're gonna get Greed and Black Lantern ring. I think eventually.
Yes.
But then but I also think we're going to get a lot more power augments as well.
Pretty much. But they've renamed the rings. Did you see? It's no longer the White Lantern ring and Blue Lantern ring.
Oh, what is it now?
It's I'm stuck in the cinematic. They changed the name. It's not a ring
White
anymore.
Light Array Infusion.
Yeah. Probably because if they're planning to make the fire, it's not a ring, obviously. Neither is the water power.
We will stop you.
You will fail.
I'm mind controlled.
You get tanked. You never get mind controlled. You know, before they gave us these new power augments, I was convinced that they were giving up already because we haven't gotten new power augments since Rings.
No, I think that they're just falling behind. They seem to struggle with their schedule. They've been struggling for a bit now, and also they seem to have run into issues with the light power because of all the combos.
Yeah. I was a little worried there for a second. I was like, so we're not going to get 4 power slots?
Well, it could have been that it wouldn't have not have been unthinkable that maybe the previous augments did not sell well enough. But if we trust the latest investors report, nah, they made quite a bit of money with those augments. Actually, they made enough money that it actually came back as their main source of revenue before Palaya. Palaya. And also in January they had like a roughly 30% increase in players, thanks to the augments, but also the second loadout, probably also the new event. But overall, they only had a 18% growth because sadly the freaking DLC that came out broken. It's always the same thing. There's a lot when we get some new content. A lot of people come to play the new content. Freaking content is broken, so a lot of those same people just leave and come back. I don't know, 6 months later. At least this time when they released the Children of Krypton DLC, it was not released. Oh, the splish. I think the splish went into the fire.
Yep.
At least now with the new DLC, they did not release it freaking broken. So I'm hoping it did retain more players. We'll find out in the next investors report, I guess. But overall, they seem to have managed to increase monetization. So now they're trying to find ways to decrease cost. And it seemed that one of their solution is to get some cheap labor, some Canadian cheap labor. Did you see that?
Yeah.
So your friend Carney will give them 40% of their salaries back. Not to mention whatever tax break they give to studios when they set up in Vancouver. So they've increased monetization on one hand. Now they're trying to find ways to cut down on costs.
You know what I really miss? You remember on PlayStation there used to be a community tab where you could just join communities in different games?
That was
Remember that?
vaguely. Never really used it, so
I kind of miss that. It was a good way to find people and to do things on different games. Very handy.
why? You shouldn't play different games. You should only play this one. Or Crimson Desert.
Yeah, I know you've been playing that game lately. Eh?
I haven't played it in a while. I really should go back. Mr. Prudent Wise says that is 2 times in 2 months for the Cape now. I guess we got a bit lucky. He's talking about, those wondering, he's talking about the Ultraman Cape. We're running the Elite mission every week, hoping to get the Cape. And for a long, long time, the freaking thing just would not drop. It did drop a couple of weeks ago, and now it seems it dropped again tonight for our friend Nicole. So very often people ask how to make money in the broker. In theory, that would be one way. Playing some missions that give something like the Ultraman Cape and sell it on the broker. The problem is that the drop rate is so low that you have to run it quite a lot before you actually manage to get the cape. So already trying to find a group to play those missions, and not just the elite version of those missions, can be a bit challenging. But it's worse than that. You have to find a group that's willing to play it and play it and play it again, and basically to spam the mission, to farm the mission over and over, hoping to get the freaking cape. So that's why when I play the broker, I don't really do that. Instead, I sell things like collections or the catalyst we get for the augments or stuff like that. It's because yes, you don't make 100 million in one shot, but when you sell hundreds of those items, that is how you manage to make 100, 200, 500 million. Christo says I'm a CR 415. Is CR 514 now high? CR 514 is not the max. I think the max is 518. Do you know, Johnny?
Nah, I don't keep up with the max ERs.
I think the max is 518, but I'm not sure. So yeah, 514 is pretty high, but not the highest.
I think if you have the full elite set and OP gear piece, it's just shy of under 20 there.
Adam says I'm nowhere near 514. Ruthless says the freeform is sort of like that on Champions Online. Ruthless says, oh, evil menu.
Oh, Absolute Superman says that he's 523, so it's over 520 then.
Oh, okay. So there we go. Now, I mostly have I have a bunch of OP items, but I still have some of the old elite from the previous DLC and evil menu. And some of the gear I have is not even elite, so. So Prophet says he thinks he's 524. That sound about right. I'm not sure why I'm stuck over there. There we go. Sorry, I'd like to read the chat a bit, but a bit focused right now.
Remember, guys, stay out of the white lightning. That'll like one-shot you. Stay in the middle. It's basically the best bet.
But Wolverine said, "Hold the line!" You never said stay in the middle. for Zeus. No match for us. Ruthless says they could make Ice Elemental Taunt
I will summon your council.
it and deflect damage, and would help with the AO Taunt for Ice tanks too. There's a lot of things they could do. They're just not doing it. We don't know why they're doing what they're doing. And they don't really talk to us or explain to us what they're doing or their thinking behind what they're doing. I remember way back when people used to complain that the devs were not talking to us enough, but compared to today, they were telling us a lot of information that we don't have no more. Nowadays, we pretty much have to figure things out on our own, and then share the information to everyone else's. XDBD says my league leader gave me idea for an episode, and that is DCKO, and they can bring their PvP in the episode for DCO. The thing is, it takes them about 2 years to from when they start working on the new DLC to the when they finish that new DLC or they release that new DLC. It can take as much as 2 years. So let's assume that they started DCKO in January. It'll take them 2 years to produce it.
Your strength did
So I would not expect a DCKO anytime soon,
Victory at last. Not even the gods.
unless 2 years ago they told them that that event would be coming, and I'm pretty sure they did not, because DCKO, I'm pretty sure DCKO did not exist way back when. As opposed to gaming, to make comics, usually they decided to make DCKO roughly 6 months before they published it.
Hey, I have a question. Is there a way to see how many capsules you've opened per, like, actual capsule? Is there a way like you track it, or no? You just kind of just have to remember.
You'd have to remember. If there's a way to track it, I have no idea. I would say with pen and paper, maybe.
Yeah. I don't want to remember.
But nah, as far as I know, there's no way to track that.
They should put a way to track it because it's kind of annoying. I want to.
They don't want you to track it. They don't want you to realize that, oh, I've opened a 1,000-time capsule, which means $1,000. Ooh. They don't want you to know that.
Yeah.
Richard says, Multiverse, no one plays Legends anymore. I used to have a lot of fun with the Legends event and Instance. No one does them anymore. Nah, people don't really play a Legends event. Even when we do have, once in a while, we do have a Legends PvE event. Even then, there's barely people playing it. Legend was let's say, it was a bad idea to begin with. They at the time, they did not want us to be able to play Batman, Superman, the Flash. The only way we could play those characters was to play Legend characters. I suspect that the goal behind that was to basically convince us to purchase those Legend characters for like $5-10 on Marketplace. Obviously, people did not respond to that. There's a whole bunch of reasons behind that, but in a nutshell, people did not want to do it. So if you want to play Legends, you pretty much have to make a group. It's sad, but that's how it is.
Which mission are we playing?
Um, Paradox Wave, yeah. And even then, like some time ago, we were making a Legends PvP event, and we could not even get people to play 8 versus 8 most of the time. Zarmore is asking, are you on Xbox? No, I'm on US PlayStation or US PC. Xborder, it says, nobody plays PvP or PvE period. It's been dead and will stay dead unless you have a league that's willing to play it. I assume he means Legends PvE because there's plenty of people playing PvE.
Listen carefully. Our very existence is a ritual. I've sent in the council to help stop the Paradox Wave. That creature is feeding off of Paradox energy, drawing it from conduits inside the Speed Force.
Are you invincible, Johnny?
Will weaken the beast. Do
What?
not fail.
Can we try to defeat the Paradox right away, or we go to the tunnels? I guess we try. If you die, I'll be very disappointed.
Just make sure we kill him. I hate that stupid move where he like goes all over the place.
Yep. That was meant to be challenging at the time.
Not a challenge at all. It's just annoying.
It's an annoying challenge.
Someone was too slow to get in here. Someone's trapped.
Where? Ah.
I'm trapped.
Where?
There you
Don't do it again.
go. Oh, where's the time? Yo, did the tyrant got full health again? No way.
Where?
What? Yo. Okay, we're gonna start fighting these little bosses first then.
What
Let's
did you
kill
do?
The sentry. The sentry's the one that's annoying, so let's kill that one first. As if that Paradox tyrant literally was down low. That's wild.
You what? I'm very disappointed. I thought you would be able to take him out by yourself.
That main boss was literally right at the end. Yeah, okay. I'm stuck again.
Did you glitch him?
No, I'm stuck. Oh, never mind.
No, I'll be able to read the chat a bit. Oh, XBD says, I just realized my first stream I watched with you, Multiverse, was with Shadow, Johnny, and you. Must have been a while ago.
Don't let those energy surges reach the beast. The Paradox energy will restore it.
Oh, the evil chat jumped on me. I'll try to get back in a bit. Or maybe not. Went back too far. David says, hi, Johnny. Wildred is asking, wait, is the New Light rework out yet? No, it's not yet.
Oh, I can't grab this person. I keep getting knocked down by all these freaking bosses, man.
Use the Force or a shield. Wildred says, hey, I enjoyed the movie. I saw it today. It wasn't a 3. It was at least a 7. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I generally don't understand all the hate, to be honest.
I'm going to assume that a lot of the people that like the new movies just really never got to experience the older movies. Because if you really go back to movies that were from the 90s up to the early 2000s, and you compare the quality of the technology back then versus now, you'd see that the movies we get today are dog shit compared.
Mr. Prudent Wise asked, what did you like about the movie, Wildred? XDBD. Oh, no, Nicole crashed earlier. Okay. Tariq says, a long time no speak. Will the Swamp Thing mask return next spring? I forget. Was it part of the rewards, the event rewards, or was it an vendor? If it was on a vendor, it will come back next year. If it was not on the vendor, if it was the reward for the event, it's not going to come back next year. I could have sworn it was in the vendor, but I have to admit, I can't remember. Wildred says, I thought Lobo was good. I thought the movie was decent when it came to the fights. I thought the bus driver with hilarious Ruthie was useless. And the music was bad, to be honest. But that's why I give it a 7. Fair enough. Though I fully didn't expect to see Supergirl peeing in the film, that made me go, what the F? Yeah, a lot of people were not too crazy about that scene.
She's peeing?
Yeah, apparently in the opening, early in the movie, she's sitting on the toilet peeing, and she falls asleep, and the door's open because she lives by herself. So why should even close the door? But why even include that scene? That's James Gunn for you. Wildred says the Flash movie was dog manure. Absolutely. The only good part was the fight in the desert and the first 15 minutes when we saw the Justice League. PDG90, do you think the Flash movie would have been better with the guy from the TV show cast as the Flash? Well, yes. We already know that the guy could do a good version of Barry Allen, the Flash. Now, would he have said yes? Like, we don't know. Suddenly, we don't know about the behind the scene. Maybe after 10 years of playing the Flash on the TV show, maybe he was sick of playing the Flash. Although I'm pretty sure making the jump from TV to movie, he probably would have jumped at the opportunity. But from what we know, they did not even ask him. They did not even ask him if he wanted to at least cameo in the film or something. So they had no intention of having me, and we understand why now. We know why is that they were so afraid that he would overshadow Ezra Miller that they did not even want to have the two of them in the same movie. And already he wasn't in the film, and he overshadows Ezra Miller. So Mr. Prudent Wise, I was really disappointed with the Flash movie. Pretty much everyone was. Tariq says, Multi, will the Swamp Thing... Oh, we answered that already. Mr. Prudent Wise, this guy is passionate. I'm not sure He's probably talking about you, Johnny. Mr. Prudent Wise, and Latino Hulk Girl. Okay, I'm in... did we talk about a Latino Hulk girl? I don't remember that. Game crashed. Mr. Prudent Wise, Tarek, his chat is so behind. It might take a while before he gets your question. Yeah, it did take a while. Sorry about that. Chatty Johnny had a lot to say. It's been a while since we had Johnny here, so it was nice to be able to chat with him a bit. So, Johnny, since it's been a while, what are your thoughts of DC Universe Online right now? Since the last, because I assume you took a bit of a break, so I assume it gave you maybe a fresh perspective when you came back. What say you?
I mean, I've always kind of been here, just kind of checking in every once in a while. But with the stuff that's in the game, and well, not really the game per se. I would say the stuff that's going on outside the game, but related to DC Universe, is embarrassing. All right, with everything going on with the Creator League, you know, you're making content ahead of the Creator League, and they're supposed to have the insight first, right? That's, to me, that's embarrassing. They're not actually doing anything special at all. Because when I look at a lot of videos, and you and me have talked about this before, you know, they're talking about things that they're supposed to have exclusive insight on, but it's like, it's not really insight or anything. You already knew about this stuff a long time ago.
Yeah.
In fact, a lot of people knew about this stuff a long time ago, or at least guessed that these things were going to come out.
Well, that's part.
And then when they display things on Creator League, they're not displaying all the things that they possibly can. They're talking about things that everybody already knows about, right?
Pretty much.
And then on top of it, when people actually have questions, right, outside of the Creator League, they're straight up to the devs. They don't answer the questions we're asking, right? For example, one of the things that I had a question about, right, because it's been a while, is the alt kick. Topic that they brought up. They're like, oh yeah, we're happy to announce that we're working on a beta idea of working on all kicks, you know. And so I followed up with that a few months later to see if there's any updates with that. No, they said all information is to be found on the forums or Discord. That doesn't answer my question I asked. Is there any updates to that, or do we have any news on when it's supposed to be coming out? Do we have anything new? I didn't ask about old information. I asked about new information. And now all they did is want to direct me to someone else that had no answers. And it's embarrassing because then, you know, whenever I see other things too where people, you know, talk about, you know, just to critique them on things like this, I see people getting banned, suspended, as if they're, running things like a government, you know what I mean, and like a communist government, like they take control over things and essentially, you know, just ban people for having a voice. And that's, to me, I'm really disappointed with everything that's going on outside of DC more than it is in the game.
Yeah, I understand. For the alt kicks, yeah, they did mention that way back when. And the funny thing is, at some point when it was mentioned on Discord, they did not even know what people were talking about. The excuse was that apparently inside, behind the scene, they're calling it something else. But it was mentioned in the producer's letter as alt kicks, so they should at the least know that that's what the producer called it. Anyway, but somehow they did not know anything about that. As for the information, yes, the Creator League, even when they do get the information ahead of time, there's usually an embargo. Usually the embargo is at 3 p.m. 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Saturday. There was one exception where I strongly suspect they tried to drown my live stream by having all their live streams, all their videos at the same time as my live stream, and also the dev live stream at the same time. But I can't prove it, so people can believe what they want. But in a nutshell, there is an embargo, so the Creator League, even if they have the information, they cannot say anything until the embargo. So that's it. From the point of view of a YouTuber, it's not helpful. It doesn't help you. It's actually a restriction that you could do without.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. Outside of the DC Universe game updates itself, it's everything else that's more disappointing than anything. The communication, you know, is the biggest thing that we're having right now. You know,
Yeah.
it's really the lack of communication, and it's the lack of freedom to voice our concerns, our opinions, and to critique and help them with ideas and fixing things, letting them know about things.
Yeah,
It's just whoever it is, that's in charge of that is not doing their job.
well,
And
the saddest part is that the lack of communication is actually part of their FOMO strategy. It's actually on purpose. It's not an accident. At first, people thought that maybe the new community manager was not doing a good job, or it was incompetent, but it's actually part of their strategy. It probably comes from the producers, or even worse, from EG7. The strategy behind that is that if you get the information at the last minute, or even better yet, if you don't get the information at all, and then you go to the Imp Mart and you see that, holy crap, there's some stuff on the Imp Mart. It creates a sense of urgency, and it sort of uh, uh, incentivize you to purchase something that you did not know about. So if they warn you ahead of time that okay, in the 3 weeks there will be the cosmic material on the Imp Mart, okay, you can prepare for that. But if the day that the Imp Mart drops in the game, you find out, holy crap, the cosmic material is there. It creates a sense of urgency, and they believe that more people will buy it thanks to that. So sadly, the lack of communication is actually a feature. Is actually a part of their strategy. It's not even. I wish I could say it's because they're incompetent, but that's actually on purpose. Sadly, which is why when someone like me tries to actually get uh, the information out ahead of time, I'm actually working against their interest, which they probably didn't like very much.
It's just crazy. Absolute Superman says, Would you guys want maps back?
It wouldn't
Well,
matter if the directive comes from the producers. MEPS would have to do the same thing.
I was just gonna say, right? Maps during that era, Maps was around. Yeah, he had more, freedom to do things that he wanted, and I don't blame Voltaire in that sense. I think it's a group thing that basically allows him to basically not like as if they're like suppressing, her to actually say certain things. Like she might not be knowledgeable, I don't know, but and she might not be good at her job. I have no idea, but I truly believe that a lot of things that she would like to communicate, she can't, because of the new management or whatever it is that they have, that the new bosses or the new directors or whoever it is that's in charge above them. Because there's no reason why she's avoiding this much to answer basic questions. Other than that, that someone's telling her to basically be quiet. There's no explanation other than that. So I
Yeah,
don't
but
blame her in that sense.
yeah, but when it comes to the live stream, it's not. We can't blame the people above her. That's her. She doesn't have the technical know-how that MEPS used to have, or the game know-how that MEPS used to have to be able to do a proper live stream with the devs. Which is why it's not an accident if most of the live streams we don't have any gameplay. Like when you get a new DLC and all they do is show us a free screenshot of the map and no real gameplay, it's because they can't do it. They or Volterra can't do it, or a mixture of both. So at least with maps, we would have probably more live streams, and we would probably see more gameplay ahead of time. Now, they seem to have been trying to use the Creator League to be able to do that, to actually show gameplay, but they don't do it all that much, or did I just not see it?
No, I don't think they do that much. Well,
Okay.
here's the thing. From what it feels like they're more happy and proud to show basically Barbie dress up rather than showing the actual DLC itself. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
pretty much.
The things that you can actually make money off of. That's what they want to show is the things that they're selling. They're not selling the DLC, right? The DLC part is more like to keep the interest in the fan base, but the real money is the stuff they can sell, which is the augments, the styles, right? The capsules. That's what they want to display, and I get that, but at the same time, it's shit. It's a shit strategy because people that actually want to play the game, for free, or let alone just play the game just for the sake of playing the game, right? They don't get to learn anything about what's coming up. They only get to see the things that they're selling.
Yeah,
You
that
know?
might be that might be part of it. Wildred says the CGI ruined the movie for me. I think he's talking about the Flash movie still. If they had proper time to create a better CGI in the Flash movie, and he didn't look like he was sliding on the ground when running, it would have been
I'm gonna
from it would have been from a 3 to a 8. Sorry, Johnny.
I'm gonna leave the group though because I'm gonna be going soon.
Oh, okay.
So you just invite someone else. But I'll stay in the voice chat for a little bit. But I'm not gonna do that great because I'm gonna be leaving soon. So.
No, no. If you're not in the group, you can be in the voice chat. It's forbidden.
Yeah. But yeah, I like I'm not trying to defend the devs or anything when I say this, but I really think that it's whoever's. I think there's a lot of higher up stuff that is restricting a lot of things. You know, I truly think that.
So for people who are asking to join the group, we have room for one more. Uh, XDBD says, fun fact, if I remember correctly, there was an interview with Jason, I think it means Jason Momoa, where he mentions when he was hired to play Aquaman, he thought he was playing a Lobo, but he was told he was playing Aquaman. Yeah, he did
Yeah.
mention that a few times. That's part of what they were trying to do. For some reason, they were trying to cast characters against type. So instead of casting someone who would have made a good Barry Allen, they cast Ezra Miller that was nothing like Barry Allen, and they did the same with Lobo. Strangely enough, with Wonder Woman, they didn't do that, but
I don't know. It's kind of funny. Wonder Woman was like the only pick that kind of made sense.
well, Batman also. I know some people didn't
Oh,
like
that
Ben
too.
Affleck. I thought it was fine. Henry Cavill was a great Superman. He just had a terrible script. The if he had played the classic Superman as opposed to the angry Superman they wanted him to play, it would have been great. But somehow it's as if instead of, we didn't have Superman, we had Ultraman basically. I'm
Well, this is
exaggerating a bit.
what I think. What I think is they should have done this, right? Is I think this the where Henry Cavill Superman was mentally, right, and emotionally, like the the badass dark Superman vibe. I think that should have been something that was developed over time, rather than having like that from the get go, right? Because Superman has always been that Boy Scout, who is always that heroic figure, right? Everyone looks up to him. Everyone sees him as this, perfect person, right? And from the get go, he seemed like this very dark, imperfect, um, emotionally just destroyed person, And that's not Superman. I think, like, we've seen Superman, what he's capable of, in many cases when he gets angry, when he gets sad, when he loses things, when he loses friends, right? He has capabilities of being angry and displaying that. But he has to make great loss. The thing is, in these movies, he never had great loss, so it didn't make any sense, right?
Yeah.
That's the problem, is that it made no sense because there was no loss. Where, and where if he would have made loss where, like, say, Lois died, his city blew up, lost his kid, his mom or dad died from, a villain of some sort, right? Anything, one of those things. If we would have seen that, then I would understand why he'd have moments of weakness. But we didn't see any of that. Not a single one. In fact, what's funny is that during the moment when his mom was kidnapped, he was more stronger there mentally and emotionally than anything, which makes no sense.
Well, the problem is that we have people in charge who don't even like Superman. We saw that way back when with Kevin Smith has a video about that. When he first met John Peters way back when, at the time they were working on Superman Lives, that should have been directed by Tim Burton and that ended up falling apart. The Nicolas Cage Superman, for people wondering. And when he first met John Peters had three directions that he wanted Smith to follow. The first thing is that he did not want Superman to fly. The second thing, he didn't want Superman to have the costume. The costume he thought looked gay, no costume. And the third thing, he wanted to have a Superman fight a giant spider, which ironically enough they did in Wild Wild West. If you're wondering why there's a giant spider in Wild Wild West, that's because John Peters was a producer, and he finally got the giant spider he wanted to have in the Superman movie. So when you have people from the beginning who don't even like Superman, of course they're going to try to turn him into something else, and of course they're going to try to think that the the costume sucks, the character sucks, the character is too good or whatever because they don't like the character to begin with. So of course they're going to want to change it. Or like in the last movie, in the Superman movie, they're gonna want to have Superman being beaten up from the start to the end of the film. At every opportunity, he gets beaten up, beaten down, it gets captured. He has to be saved by Lois, of course, because you have people who don't. It's not just that they don't understand the character; they don't even like the character to begin with.
Yeah. Like for me, you know me, I'm not a huge Superman fan. But you want to know who my honest and humble opinion is that did the best? And I'm not just saying just best Superman, the best Superman, what's it called, villains, universe, characters, design and everything overall, like the whole Superman arc and everything, complete design as the whole thing, was the one on TV that we had not long ago, the Superman and Lois show, whatever it's called.
Superman and Lois, yeah.
That is the best one in terms of like modern Supermans we've had, in my opinion.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
He had a great suit. We saw the human side of him, where he showed, his heroic side as Superman. We also saw his, normal human self, his emotions when he felt threatened with his family. Right. We saw Doomsday, which was a great design. We saw Bizarro. We saw all of these different things, right? We saw Lex. We saw, and I thought they were all pretty decent designs of these characters. Superboy, him, Lois. I thought all of it was, for the most part, it wasn't accurate by any means, but the overall design of everything, the way they constructed the whole story, was pretty good. It was pretty good for what it was. For a TV show, it was pretty good. That's what they should have been pulling from, not going to two polar opposites where they did with Cavill and this James Gunn universe. Like, they're complete polar opposites. This was the perfect middle ground,
Yeah, sadly again, we have people who don't seem to like Superman very much, so you cannot expect them to make good decisions when it comes to making a Superman movie.
Like, I think if they would use those actors, that universe, and with the budget of a movie, I think they could have made something really good with that. The same writers and everything. I think they could have done a really good job. They think they could have had something there. But no, we never got that. We got James Gunn garbage and Snyderverse fucking dark emo shit.
Well, who knows? Now that when the Paramount deal goes through, you have to wonder: are they going to continue with James Gunn? Are they going to go back to Zack Snyder? There's a lot of people who seem to think that that's what's going to happen, or wishing that what's going to happen. Or will they just wipe the slate clean and start over again fresh with someone else? Who knows?
It would be better if neither one of them had full control over the creative decisions, right? But rather them working together so they can make a happy medium. If they're, you know what I mean? Because that was the worst decision for James Gunn, right? Getting full control. Because when he did, like you mentioned before, he didn't have full control over Guardians of the Galaxy. He had to get everything approved, right, by Marvel. And that's what worked out, because the things that he did do that was good. But thing is, with DC, he approves everything, and that includes all of his garbage as well, right? And that's where these movies aren't doing well, because he's approving his garbage along with his good stuff.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe next time they'll hire Jon Favreau. Who knows?
So I think if they would have had them two work together, I think it would have been way better. But we won't get that.
Most likely not. Ruthless is saying, what do you think of the Justice League Heroes game on PlayStation 2? Never played it. I started with the PlayStation 3, and sadly at the time, PlayStation you cannot play PlayStation 2 games on the PlayStation 3, and I never. Sorry.
I played it. I liked it. It was fun.
What was fun about it?
If I remember correctly, it was pretty much like Ultimate Alliance. Not as good, but it's basically the same thing. So.
Okay. Which character do you have access to?
The main Justice League Corps. Same thing.
Marvel Ultimate Alliance was a pretty fun game at the time.
Yep. It was basically the same thing, just like a slightly less polished version, you know? Like you can tell Ultimate Alliance was just a more polished version of the same game.
What'd you like best, Ultimate Alliance or Ultimate Alliance 2 with the more 3D graphics?
Number one, hands down.
Yeah, you would have thought that because they tried to sort of upgrade the graphics, but ended up with something ugly compared to the first one.
Well, not just that. I don't know if you noticed, but they made a downgrade in other areas too. Like, for example, they had hand animations in the first game, alright? In the second game, when they were fighting with their fists, they didn't even have fists, they were fighting with karate chops. They had no hand animations.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, look at the game. You'll see they have like almost like T-pose arms when they're fighting. Like it's like their hands are stiff.
Nah, sadly I did a boo-boo. When it was available on the PlayStation 4 to purchase, I did not buy it. And I thought it'll be there forever, but no, it was gone. It was gone after a while.
It was, and it's not just that, right? It is the story itself. It was Civil War, right? It was a Civil War story, and to me, I mean, I know there's some people that are fans of the Civil War story, but me personally, I don't like the idea of my heroes fighting together, each other. I don't like that. I like my heroes fighting actual villains, you know?
So
that was like to me, it was like I want to see Spider-Man versus Scorpion and and Vulture and Shocker and Venom and stuff, you know? I don't want to see Spider-Man fighting Captain America. Like, to me, I don't like that. I'd rather enjoy, the traditional storylines that you have with these characters.
So you're gonna hate the next Avengers movie then?
Probably, but you know what? There's probably gonna be some bits I will like though. So.
Because there seems to be a lot of that. Like a spoiler alert. It's at the very start of the film, so it shouldn't be too big of a spoiler. But you're gonna have the film start with Tobey Maguire fighting Wolverine and Deadpool.
That's the starting scene?
Sorry?
So wait, Tobey Maguire is gonna fight Wolverine?
Wolverine and Deadpool.
Oh. Okay.
So that's how it starts, and it's not the only heroes versus heroes.
Like, that's the thing about these characters, right? We like these characters because not just of them specifically, but because of the universe that surrounds them with the rogue gallery and the stories that come with those rogues, you know?
Yeah, but the problem is that creating those villains, like they create one, two, maybe three villains per movie, and even then, it's easier to take a whole bunch of heroes they've already created for other movies than create new villains all the time. Because also a lot of those villains, sadly, like Green Goblin, dead at the end of the film. Doctor Octopus, dead at the end of the film. Although in this case, they brought them back. They sort of brought him back at the end of Spider-Man: No Come Home. I forget the title. But still, most of the time, the villains are one shot because they kill them. Like the Joker, they keep on killing the Joker. Poor Joker.
Like, if they were to do a movie, for example, where, I don't know, you have, just take Wonder Woman versus Superman, okay? Yeah, sure, the movie might do well because it has Superman and Wonder Woman in it, but nobody really wants to see Superman versus Wonder Woman. Nobody.
Well, they could do like the comic. The comic starts with Wonder Woman versus Superman, but then they have to split, and Wonder Woman goes fight some evil sumo characters whose name I completely forget. Superman goes fight the evil Baron Blitzkrieg. But yeah, it's better if they it would be better if they use a villain, but again, they have to create those villains. As opposed to if they've already created the X-Men, the Avengers, the Deadpool, then you can have all of them fight each other. You don't have to create any new villains.
Like, for example, the whole Batman v Superman movie, okay?
Sorry?
The whole idea of Batman hating Superman, I didn't like the idea because simply just, like, it didn't make sense. Like, it made sense that, like, yeah, his city got destroyed, but, like, Batman is not an irrational person like that. They made him so irrational in that film, you know? Like, it's so naive to just, like, communicate with him. Why would you want to be the enemy of a fucking alien who can destroy you in 2 seconds? Wouldn't you want to communicate with him?
If there was just a 1% chances, they had to destroy him.
You know what I mean, though? Yeah. Batman's not rational and stupid like that. Why they did that?
For the Martha scene. The whole thing was
so
made.
Stupid.
Yeah, but the whole thing was built around the Martha scene. They thought they were being so clever with that scene, and they ended up being a laughing stock.
Yeah, no, I just thought that whole shit was kind of stupid, but whatever.
Well, they thought they were so clever to realize that, hey, Batman's mom is called Martha, and Superman's mom is called Martha.
Yeah.
And even within the context of the film and the context of the scene, it doesn't even make sense. Like, why would Superman say, save Martha? He would say, save my mom.
Yeah.
Still neck deep in hostile territory. This should end your little excursion.
Yeah, like, but that's what I'm saying, though. You know, that movie failed because nobody really wants to see Batman versus Superman be the villains in their own movies. You know what I mean? Like, sure, they can have a fighting scene, but for that to be the whole build-up of the entire movie, that's so stupid. You know?
Well, it had a lot of issues. It wasn't just the fight. If it had just been the fight, yeah, sure, the movie would still have worked. But the way they made a goofy Lex Luthor, they were kind of trying to reproduce the Heath Ledger Batman from The Dark Knight, and it was a bad idea. But there's a lot of things that didn't make sense in the film. Shooting Jimmy Olsen at the start of the film, like what? Why? We know why, of course. They were trying to be edgy and shocking, but still.
They killed Jimmy Olsen? I don't remember that.
At the very start, it's in the film. He's a CIA guy that is the
Oh,
contact.
I didn't even know that was him.
Yeah, that is him.
Oh, okay. Well, that was an informatic then. I thought he was just some dude.
No, that was Jimmy Olsen.
It made him seem like nobody. What the fuck? Imagine making like that's crazy because like Jimmy Olsen, right? Lois Lane are like big characters in the background of Superman's story that they just always have, right?
Usually, yeah.
And then they make him seem like a nobody and just kill him off like that. Like that's so crazy.
Well, again, you have to remember it's from people who don't even like the characters to begin with. Like in the case
That's so
of
wild.
Zack Snyder, he even mentions as much, where he mentions how superhero comics was not really his thing. He was more into reading magazines like Heavy Metal, not so much the superhero comics.
Yeah. That's so crazy to me, though. Yeah. You know what? I know this is a very hated movie, and I'm pretty sure you don't like the movie at all. But, low-key, I kind of like the Wonder Woman movie.
The first one,
Yeah.
yeah, it was okay. The third act was a mess.
Like, to be honest, out of every single thing in the Snyderverse and James Gunn, that's probably my favorite movie. I don't know. I just feel like, you know, the story of it made sense, you know? Like you said, the third act of it, when she was actually fighting Ares, was kind of like lackluster. But outside of that, the actual physical story of everything was pretty damn good. The action was pretty good through everything else, you know? The actors were pretty good. You know, the vibe of it made sense. It's World War II, you know?
It actually
It
was
just-
World War One.
Was it?
Yep.
Oh, whatever. Close enough. But it was pretty good overall. It was pretty damn good. But honestly, the only thing that I would complain about is the Ares scene where at the end where they were fighting. They kind of made him kind of like not that powerful. You know, they just it was kind of boring. They made him really cringy. And yeah, you know, that's really it.
Well, the last scene for the end of for the third act, they had the director had different plans, but they made her change her plans because they didn't like it. And after seeing Wonder Woman 84, I don't blame them. I probably would have done the same. Uh,
Yeah. But yeah, no, that in my opinion, out of everything that James Gunn's produced and Snyder has produced for DC, that's probably my favorite film. I don't see anything else coming, you know, even close to being overall as good.
you're so mean to Aquaman.
Aquaman was terrible. All right, I
It
love
did
Jason Momoa,
it
but
did
that's
one
just terrible.
billion. It can't be that bad.
That was terrible. Both movies. All right, Flash was probably the worst. Okay, this is my ranking of things that I've seen so far. Like I haven't seen new superhero movies, so I'm not going to rank it yet. Um, but based on the things I've seen, I'm going to say the worst one is Flash. Second worst is James Young's Superman. Third, I'd say mm, the first Suicide Squad. Next would be the second Suicide Squad. Then Henry Cavill's Superman. Then Batman v Superman. Then Justice League. Then Snyder Cut Justice League, and then I'd say Wonder Woman. That's from worst to best, in my opinion.
Oh, we're pretty cool, Uncle Sam here. No, I won't try to rank the movies. But I thought Aquaman was a pretty fun adventure movie, so I kind of like that one. They did go overboard with the CGI, absolutely. But at the end of the day, Jason Momoa had a lot of fun making the films, and it transpires. You can feel it. And even in Justice League, it was actually pretty good because of that. The movie was terrible, but Momoa was
I have a
actually
feeling. I have a feeling if they would have made, um, what's it called, that Batman and Deathstroke movie, I have a feeling that would have been really good.
we'll never know. King Ro is asking, is he streaming on Twitch or just YouTube? Just YouTube. I used to stream on Twitch way back when I first started, but I haven't streamed on Twitch in a long, long time. Arcano says if the fire augment will be basically useless, even with the character, what is good for anyways? Well, it's going to be good for fire characters. If you for fire for people who don't have fire powers. Like if you have the fire powers, you will at least get the some stat benefits. But even then, if you have the maximum you can get is 5%. So once you have 5%, yeah, the fire augment won't help you if you play fire. But everyone else will be able to benefit from the fire abilities. Oh, like David was answering that. So
All right, I'm gonna head out, man. I'm.
wait, there's someone who has a question for you. I'm trying to find him. There we go.
Oh,
XDBD is asking question for Johnny. What's the oldest anime you ever watched, if even never did watch anime?
I'm not an anime fan. Um, I don't really know what the oldest thing is I've ever watched, to be honest, because I'm not really a fan. I think when I was in high school, there was like some anime club for a second. I stepped inside because I got my friends convinced me to walk in there and just check it out. And I think the thing that I was playing was Dragon Ball or something like that, or something. I don't know. But that's really it. That's like the most I've ever really watched. Like, actually sat down to watch for a whole episode. Um, so to answer your question, I guess Dragon Ball, because nothing else is really anything that I've felt fully sat through. So,
Dragon Ball. I'm so ashamed.
all right, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go relax and go to bed early, so because I gotta wake up and study for my DZ. So,
So thanks for stopping by, and we'll see you some other day.
yep. Have a good one, guys.
So let's try Star Wars Dark Sides of War Factory. We didn't try that in a while, I think. Casey is saying, what you all standing there doing nothing? Well, so at some point we were waiting for someone else. We were missing. Oh, we're still missing someone. So we have room for one more. Could have sworn I saw someone else here. Prophet is here. No choice. We're gonna have to stop the queue. At some point, we were reading some of the comments. At some point, we were waiting for someone else to join the group. So let's invite. Did you see that Rogue Patriot being sneaky? He dresses up as Thor, as if we would think he's a hero. Ah, the sneaky sneaker. So there we go. So we should be able to play a bit. So let's go back to custom play. And let us start the curve. I was worried that maybe we cannot play cross faction, but okay, apparently we can. There were some issues at some point with the cross faction, so if somebody doesn't work, we may have to kick a Rogue Patriot. Would be sad, but it happens. Oh, there we go. So sometimes we're standing around waiting for someone to join the group. Sometimes standing around because at some point Nicole had to go and come back. At some point we were answering questions and more. Rayshon says hello multiverse and everyone, a good day. XDBD says the on-duty is bugged. Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't want to work. I hope they fix it at some point. Rayshon says nice style and multiverse. Thank you, thank you. It's a nice classic Aquaman. The classics are always the best.
Darkseid's domain. Danger facing us around every corner. None of that will prepare you for Darkseid himself. He is the single greatest.
Justin says, what do you think of Nicolas Cage cameo in Superman in the Flash? It was obviously it was an AI thingy. Apparently they did film a scene with Nicolas Cage, and but that's not the scene they use in the film. When Nicolas Cage saw the film, he was a bit surprised because he thought that's not the scene we did. So I know a lot of people complain about AI, but the scene at the end with all the cameos, that pretty much was AI. If you're wondering why it looks so weird, that's what AI was at the time. I know that there are some people at Warner who supposedly said, no, we don't use AI, or we're anti-AI, or we promise not to use AI. Their pants are on fire because they've been using AI for some time now. At least since The Flash. And The Flash is not just a one-off. They did that also with Superman. If you watch Superman again, there's the scene where Krypto is trying to bite Superman at the ankle, and Superman is trying to walk away, and in the scene you can see Superman's feet turning into freaking clown shoes. Now the scene, the bit happens pretty quick, and they're cutting before the clown shoes get way too big, but you cannot not see it. So there was a lot of complaint about the Superman costume that was not form-fitting, and what they ended up doing is that they ended up using AI to fix the costume, in a nutshell. Now, at least they seem to have learned from that. For the Man of Tomorrow movie, or even the Supergirl movie for that matter, they seem to have realized that, okay, maybe if we make the costume form-fitting to begin with, we won't have to use AI to fix the costume. But yeah, the scene with Nicolas Cage, if you're wondering why, they were referencing the scene I talked about with John Peters, where John Peters in the Superman movie was producing at the time. He wanted to have Superman fight a giant spider, and Nicolas Cage was the actor that Tim Burton chose to play Superman. So they were going to make a movie called Superman Lives, where Nicolas Cage would have been Superman. But that movie fell apart, as it often happens in Hollywood. Now, I forget the details why it fell apart. There was basically they they had a couple of movies that were huge failures, and that pretty much basically they didn't have the budget to take a risk on a big superhero movie at the time, so they pulled the plug. They still had to pay. Tim Burton had what they call a pay or play clause in his contract, whereas it was going to be paid at 10 million, whether they make the film or not. They still had to pay him. I wouldn't be surprised if Nicolas Cage has something similar. But in a nutshell, it probably came down to something like either we pay 20 million now and pull the plug, or we run the risk of spending 100 million that maybe we don't have.
They call themselves gods, but they are terrifying. Let's show them.
Mr. Prudent Wise says yes, he's Aquaman. He looks amazing. Especially that belt he got over there. I was going to use another belt, but then I thought, well, why mess with the classics? I was going to use the Aqualad belt at first, but it looked a bit weird, so I decided to stick with the King of the Seas, and I'm pretty happy with the choice. Zach is asking Multiverse, what's your thoughts on the new augments? I didn't get the chance to try them so far, so I'm not sure just yet. I have to admit I was a bit surprised. Something people have been asking and asking for a long time now is to be able to get the iconic abilities, like let's say the Bizarro iconic abilities. People have been asking for that, and people were hoping that that might be an augment that we would get. But it is going to give more option for people to customize their character, so I guess on that front, why not? I assume that in the long term, they might actually cover all the powers. But it seems like instead of trying to balance the water power, they thought, let's just give it the access to the power to everyone. That way, if people complain it's too OP, they can use it.
This is as far as you go.
Now, if you play as a fire character, I do not bother to rank up to upgrade the fire augment. I know that you can get some stats from doing that. The problem is that the stats for the augments are capped at 5%. So once you have your 5% stats, everything else is wasted. I saw some people who thought there was a glitch, like they would equip the augments, they would not get, let's say, the 3% stats they were supposed to get. And the reason for that is quite simple. They had hit the max. Once you get the max, the 5% max, getting extra stats doesn't help you. I'm not talking about the stats from the abilities. I'm talking about the stats from the augment. I'll show you in just a second. Like if you take a quick look, I'm gonna get knocked out because of you. If you look at the stats at the bottom, 2 out of 5%, 5 of 5%. Like right now, I already have the max for the last stat, so adding extra stats would not really help me. Well, yeah, if they don't have the ring, that's but once you do have the other augments, the new augments doesn't help you. And also you have to keep in mind that there will be other augments coming in. So if you rank up let's say you rank up the fire artifact, the fire augment, just to be able to get the extra stats, in the 3 months when they release more augments, you're gonna replace that augment anyway. So if you spend 200,000 at metal to rank up the fire augment, long term it's gonna be a waste. So if you play as a firepower, I would strongly suggest don't rank up the augment. There will be other augments coming in. And the same for water. If you are a water character, don't rank up the water augment. It's not really going to help you. But yes, if you don't have the ring, yeah, you could decide to rank up the augment just for the extra stats. But again, we will get more augments in the future. So again, I see that as a bit of a waste. Just wait for the next augment.
You underestimated Earth, and we beat you, Darkseid. Threaten us again, and we'll be back to take you down. Again.
Oh, XDBD comment was removed. So I guess well, they answered your question, or you change your mind. Let's get out of here. You can see one of the drawback of the pages with the black. Sometimes you get stuck in combat for no good reason. It happens. Oh, Ruthless says thanks for the stream, Multi. Gotta head out for now. Oh, you're welcome. David Sharp says take care, Johnny. Let's see what phase. Oh, let's go to phase 3. XDBD Multiverse. If I remember correctly, there was also a game that was planned for the Justice League that got cancelled because it was supposed to be connected to Nicolas Cage's movie. Could be. Yeah, that's. I don't remember hearing about that. Eric asked, who won the Netflix versus Paramount thing? Paramount won. At the time, the trades were very quick. The mainstream media were very quick to say that Netflix won. And a lot of YouTubers also jumped on the bandwagon saying that Netflix won. But some of us were a bit puzzled because we knew that wasn't the case. So it was strange to see people claim that it had been the case where it wasn't the case at all. Zark is asking, is saying it's a shame you don't get anything cool and or unique for having your own power augment. Only small stat bonus. Yeah, I don't know why they did that. You would have thought that they would have made. You would have thought they would want everyone to use the freaking thing, even fire characters. But somehow they made it so that, again, to make sure that everyone understands. So the augment will give you 1% restoration. Okay, that's a bit of extra stats. But again, remember there will be other augments. So other augments will also give you stats like that. But you are maxed. Yeah, there's a maximum to your stats. So the maximum is 5%. For the and here you can see like for the water one, I already have the maximum for might. So even if I was to, how much do we get from might? So if I've, oh, we don't have might here. Oh, that's a bit strange. So even if I add the water augment to my character, I'm not going to get any more might. My might is already capped at 5%. So I saw some people who would they would add the augment to their characters, and they did not understand why the stats did not increase. That is why there is a maximum you can get. So right now, obviously, I have the White Lantern ring and the Blue Lantern ring. Now, obviously, if you don't have any of the rings, then yeah, you will benefit a lot more. But here, oh, so here you can see I'm getting Might, Dominance, Restoration, and Vitalization, and here only Restoration and Vitalization. I could have sworn there was. There's no real info about that, sadly. What can you do? So if we go back to the augments for 1 second. So if you are a fire character, so you will get a few extra stats thanks to the augment, up to a maximum of 5%. And even more, you will also get extra stats with the water augment. So if you rank up both, you will have more than 5%, but the maximum you will get is 5%. I'm going to have to make a video about that so that it makes a bit more sense once I do get the augments. But in a nutshell, yes, you could again, if you play as a fire character, you already have those abilities. But yes, you could rank up the augment to be able to get some extra dominance or extra restoration or dominance, extra restoration. You could do the same for the water powers, but there will be other augments in the future. So if you spend 200,000 XPs on your augments right now, like if you play as a fire character and you spend 200 XPs on your fire augment, well, once you replace that augment with another augment in 3 months, 6 months, you will pretty much have wasted that 200,000 XPs. And it's not a bug. It's not a glitch. I saw some YouTubers says that it was a bug. It was not. That's how it is. Sorry about that. Zach says, as a fire player, I was really excited about the fire augments, only to be disappointed. I know I get abilities for the water one, but I use fire because I like it. Yeah, sadly, fire characters or water characters got a bit of the shaft right now. Although those powers are OP enough that I think they'll be fine. Mr. Prudent Wise says when you have max stat, for example, and you use a buff like a trinket or something, there's the max stat stand. You don't exceed the max. The max is the max that you see on the augment. That's the max stats that the augment gives you. But then when you use an ability that depends on your stats, then yeah, you'll get more. It's only for the augment. Like we see the same thing with the artifacts. If we go there quick, like we've had that with the artifacts for quite some time. Like the max for the artifacts is 15%. So you cannot get more stats from the artifacts than 15%. So you can see 5 restoration, no restoration, no restoration, no restoration. So that's the only 5 we get for the artifacts. In a nutshell, they thought that it would be too powerful if you could get the full stats from the artifacts. I don't seem they think the same thing from the augments. XDBD says multiverse. For some reason, I feel like you should have at least one more day for villains, like at least the first day of the month, and then the last day of the month. The problem is that when we have, if you've been here when we have villain day, there's sometimes where we don't even have enough villains. So I understand that it might be a bit frustrating for people playing villains to only have one day a month, but it's because there's not that many villains. We play more with heroes because that's where most of the players are. Heroic Action says, I'm guessing it's a good thing. I'm guessing it's a good thing Paramount won the deal. Won the bid. It depends who you ask. There's a lot of people who wanted Netflix to win the bid. The mainstream media wanted Netflix to win the bid. So a lot of people wanted Netflix to win the bid, and turns out Paramount won the bid. Now there's still people who are a bit salty that Paramount did win the bid, so they're still trying to stop the sale through. It's not gonna work. But that doesn't stop them from trying. Now I know that some people did not want Netflix to win the bid because they thought Netflix would turn Warner woke, and they seem to think that Paramount will not do that. I have to remind them that Paramount are pretty much going to turn James Bond into a woke character. So I don't think that's really. It might help a bit, but if they're thinking there won't be any woke at Paramount, I'm not sure about that. But I guess we're gonna have to wait and see. So far, we heard a lot of, I guess, nice promises from the people at Paramount. But whether they're going to come through with what they said or not, we don't know. Well, already we know that. Like, remember when James Gunn first started at DC? A lot of promises that he made didn't really happen. And also, we came to realize that a lot of what he says not really true. Now, sometimes they'll say that, oh well, we couldn't say the truth because we're trying to protect secrets or protect spoilers, or. But sometimes, they could have said the truth. They chose not to. Now, already we have a good trick to find out if James Gunn is lying. If you see his lips moving, odds are he's lying. Yeah, I know it's a mean joke. It's an oldie but a goodie. Mr. Prudent Wise says, everybody make a villain. Sadly, by default, most people, when they start playing the game, they want to play their favorite heroes.
We know how to take them down for good, right?
Kid, maybe you should sit this one out.
But I can help.
Like, people want to be Superman,
Try not to get
they want to be Aquaman, they want to be the Flash.
meet and greet.
You have to be a bit, let's say a bit crazy to want to be the Joker. Or Lex Luthor. And we know from the numbers that the mentor that people uses the most is Superman. And by a pretty big margin. It's not like just a 1% extra. I know that it's popular to think that Superman is not popular. Superman is pretty popular. It's not because they like if they make a bad Superman comic and people don't buy it. Well, it's not because Superman is not popular. It's just because they made a bad Superman comic. Like, Superman has been we've had we've had 4 Superman comics a month for like 25 years at this point. Maybe even more. I would have to look it up. So if Superman wasn't popular, it would not have been able to sustain 4 ongoing series every month. Like, basically we have 1 Superman a week, and it's been like that for like 25 years.
You don't mean that.
So if Superman wasn't popular, that wouldn't be possible.
Doing what I should have done from the start, joining the rogues against you.
Kid Flash, listen to me.
Zach says even villains want to be seen as a hero,
But I love my grandpa.
especially if you're in Thunderbolts.
He loves you. Let me see if I can pass the real one through.
That's the theme that was explored early on with Thunderbolts. That was a nice surprise at the time. I remember not thinking too much about the comic at the time. They were pushing that series a lot. Like, basically the Avengers were gone, the Fantastic Four were gone, and now we had that bunch of sort of generic heroes: Meteorite, Mach 4, Citizen V, and you had to wonder, like, what? It was a pretty generic group of heroes. And then when we got the Thunderbolts #1, the first issue of Thunderbolts, holy crap! Because before that we saw Thunderbolts there was an anthology where we had a bit of a Thunderbolt story, and we saw the Thunderbolts in the Hulk comic, and probably elsewhere that I failed to mention. But then when we got the first Thunderbolt comic, holy crap, was it such a surprise. Now I'm going to try not to spoil it in case you never read it. If you never read the Thunderbolts, and if somehow you did not see the movie, although the movie is nothing really like the comic. Ironically enough, with the Thunderbolts movie, they tried to make basically their own version of the Suicide Squad. So we end up with something that is not really the Thunderbolts.
I'm sorry you ever thought anything else.
Yeah, just double it. We'll see you on the other side. We're not through the worst of it yet.
Yeah, let's get out of here. Let's go for the other one. Dang, the menu lies a lot. Mr. Prudent Wise, I know you mentioned being in the Creator League, and you said there are things to not mention. I was in the Creator League way back when. I was in the first batch of the creator that were selected, and it was not a good experience for me. It was not from the point of view of YouTuber. It was not worth it. Uh, there's information that you just cannot share, or there's an embargo and a lot of information. Oh, we lost a Super Patriot. So we have room for one more, it would seem. So if you guys still want to join, actually, let's do something else. Let's do this. Oh, are we still there? There we go. So from the point of view of YouTuber, uh, when you have an embargo on the information, and when the embargo is like just a couple of days before the DLC comes out, it doesn't really help you. Uh, I guess from the point of view of YouTuber, the new devs were not a good thing. Way back when we would get information way ahead of time, like basically the DLC would be on the test server 2 weeks, a month before it actually went live. So we could tell people a month ahead of time, hey guys, there's a sorry. There we go. So way back when we used to get the information a month, at least 2 weeks, if not a month ahead of time. So when you make a video, then it made sense for people to get information ahead of time, to be able to prepare, to be able to. But when you give the information 2 days before the DLC comes out, it's pretty much a waste of everyone's time because people will just have to wait. They don't even need to watch your video. They'll know that in 2 weeks they'll see the content from themselves. Now the Uber fans, yeah, the Uber fans will watch your video, but the casual viewers, they're not going to bother. They'll say, okay, in 2 days we'll get the content. We'll figure it out then.
What a nightmare. Oh man, the reality's worse. Brainiac's trying to
So from the point of view of a YouTuber,
speedsters.
getting the information last minute, or sometimes not even getting the information. There's sometimes where we got information the same day. We find out like the absolute Batman time capsule. We find out the same day it was released. Actually, we found out a couple of days before by accident. Somebody did a boo-boo and leaked the information without meaning to. I did a video about it, only to realize that it wasn't supposed to be leaked already, so I had to put my video private until the freaking thing was released. So there's some content, sadly, that even part of the Creator League, you find out the day the content is being released. So from the point of view of a YouTuber, that doesn't really help you. The other thing that you might think is helping is the codes. Well, one of the reasons why I joined the Creator League is that we knew that there would be codes sometimes to give to you guys. So I thought, well, at least I will be able to give my audience those codes, so people will be able to benefit from that. The problem is that not everyone could get a code. Like at this point, there's a lot of you guys. Like at some point, I forget. I think it was Miguel who gave me at some point like a 1,500 codes or something like that. And even then, that wasn't enough for all of you guys. Not to mention also when people would get multiple copies of the code, that meant that some of you guys were not able to get a code. So on one hand, it was bringing people that all they cared about was the code. So when a new video would be released, they wouldn't watch the video. They just were interested in getting a new code. And the people who were not able to get a code were a bit frustrated by the whole thing. So it was pretty much again from the point of view of a YouTuber, pretty much was a lose-lose scenario. Now some of you guys were able to benefit from that. Some of you guys were able to get codes. Some of you guys were able to get a lot of codes. But that was only a small. That was only a fraction of the players. A lot of you guys were really frustrated by the whole thing because you just didn't get a code. Now, it's much better if it is a code for everyone. Like when they released the codes not too long ago, or when they would release codes way back when, like Face Your Fear, or when they released some of the codes not too long ago, that was a better option because everyone gets a code. Well, assuming the code works, of course. Sadly, sometimes on some platform the code doesn't work, so that also creates some issues. Some of you guys who cannot get the code get a bit frustrated. Now, usually all I can suggest is to contact support. I have no idea if does that help? Like when the code doesn't work for some people, does support actually help you? Or do they tell you something along the lines like, oh, nothing we can do, sorry? Because one time I did try to get some help with a code that didn't work, and that's pretty much what the answer I got. Sorry, nothing we can do. So I guess if some of you guys ever had an issue with a code, if you ever did contact support, were they able to help you? Let us know in the comments. But anyway, so from the point of view of a YouTuber, there was a lot of frustration. The embargo was a big frustration. Getting the information last minute was a big frustration. Also, even when we got information, sometimes it would be incomplete information. So even when we made a video 2 days ahead of time about the DLC, about an event, about either half the information was missing or some information was wrong. Like not too long ago, we got for the current event, it was said that we were getting, I forget. It was said that we were getting pristine at metal, something like that, but we actually got some flawless at metal. So there are some people who got really excited. They thought we were getting over 1 million XPs for artifacts. Well, it actually was 25,000. So sadly, even when we got the information, sometimes the information was incomplete or wrong or both. So we would release a video about the next DLC, and then we would have to make another video 2 days later because a lot of information was missing. For example, the price of the items. Like whenever there would be an announcement about, let's say, like the spring seasonal or the summer seasonal. Sorry, when we got the announcement about the summer seasonal, no prices. So we did not know how expensive the material would be. We did not know how expensive the NPCs would be. We did not know how expensive the base items would be. Like we could sort of guess based on the previous events. Sadly, sometimes the sneaky devs change the price from year to year. So yes, we could assume that the material would be 100 currency, and we could expect that it would be 75 currency because of the sale the first week. But again, if the sneaky devs decide to give us a different price, well, assuming that it would be 100 currency would have been wrong. So in the end, the benefit from being in the Creator League, not the best, and a lot of restriction were a bit frustrating. And ultimately, Obsidian Chill was kicked from the Creator League. I left, and Meta Knight was also kicked. So now the current creators, maybe they like the way things are going. Because when you're part of the Creator League, in a nutshell, you get a free subscription. You get I forget. I think it's $30 worth of loyalty points. $30 worth of loyalty points. So in a nutshell, you're paid roughly $45-50 depending on your currency per month. So every month you get the equivalent of $45 with your subscription or with loyalty points. Although for some reason that did not include replay badges. I don't know why. So if you wanted to have replay badges, you had to purchase them. They did not include replay badges for some reason. Oh, XDB, good point. I'm gonna stop saying that. Oh, I skipped a few. Zach says, if you wasn't Quantum, what power would you use? Mental. I probably would be mental. Or fire. Fire is I would say fire is pretty much the most OP power in the world. If you play fire and if you play as a fire tank, you should be invincible. You should be unkillable.
Felt like I'd never get here. I owe you for the assist. Anything I can help with?
Mr. Prudent Wise, what did you enjoy about being in the group, and what did you learn being a part of it? I did not enjoy much. Actually, I did not enjoy it at all. I guess the one enjoyable thing was Volterra at first. She's overall she's a nice lady. So the interaction with her was probably the best part. Other than that, I cannot say that I enjoyed anything. And what did I learn about being part of the league? It pretty much confirmed that if you're sponsored by the devs, if you're part of the league or part of a program like that, people will see you as a shill, and there's no escaping it. Whether you are or not, even if you give your honest opinion, even if you try to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, people won't believe it. People think you're a shill, and it comes with the territory. So again, I understand some people think that being part of such a program will help your channel grow. Yes and not. It will hurt your channel as much as it helps it. At least in this case, I would say it even hurts it a lot more than it helped. I don't think it being part of the league, from my point of view, did not really help me, and it did hurt my channel a bit. And the sweet irony is that as soon as I left the league, I had a growth of subscriber all of a sudden. I had, I guess, there's a whole bunch of people who came to realize that maybe Multiverse is in the shale. Uh, the fact I was not in the league anymore, people would not think that I was that I was a shill, that I could speak freely. Oh no, we're burning. So we'll just, I guess we're done for tonight, guys, for the missions, but we'll chat a bit more. So yeah, so as soon as I left the league, there was a burst of subscribers. Ironically enough, that's the best part of being in the league is that once I left, I gained a lot of subscribers. So like again, it might be different for a small. If you have a small channel with 200 subscribers, maybe being part of the Creator League could help you. I don't know about that. You would have to ask some of the other creators. Although from what I saw, like we did have some people. Like at first, people thought that the devs only had invited the big YouTubers, but no, there were some YouTubers who had very few subscribers, and I don't recall them gaining a lot of subscribers thanks to the league. Although they were not creating one issue also was that some of those creators were not creating a lot of DCO content. Like some had created zero DC Universe Online content before being in the league, so. And that still might be the case. There was someone who was selected for the league, and on the Discord, it was a bit surprising because the Discord is highly moderated. But on the Discord at the time, people were laughing at the guy because he had no content. He had created zero DC Universe content ever, zero DC Universe Online content ever, and he was selected for the Creator League. So people were openly mocking him on the Discord. Now, I have to admit, I did not check. Did he create content since then? I have no idea. Rayshon says, Multiverse, I owned Shadowbender material sets. Congrats. Mr. Prudent Wise, it seems like the devs don't want to give up anything prematurely. No, it's part of their FOMO strategy. In a nutshell, if they don't give you the information ahead of time, if you find out, let's say you find out, you go to the marketplace, you find out, holy crap, there's a cosmic material that's been added to the marketplace. The shock of the surprise of seeing the item that's on the marketplace, the fact that you did not know that ahead of time, that you could not prepare, it creates a sense of urgency, and I don't know, they seem to believe that more people will purchase it if they don't know ahead of time. Now, they've been doing that for some time, so I would assume if they're still doing it, odds are it is working because if it wasn't working, they would not do it. You guys may have noticed when they release something and nobody buys it, they stop doing it. Like it's not an accident if they keep making new time capsules, new booster bundle. It's because that's how they're making their money. A lot of people are buying those, so they keep making those. And it's not an accident if they stopped making legend characters. People were not buying them. At least, or not enough people were buying them, so they stopped doing that. And you have to understand, like at the time, way back when, there was only about 20% of the player base who actually played PvP. And some of those were just playing Arena PvP. They were not playing Legends PvP. So at best, you had 20% of your players who would purchase Legend characters. And probably less than that, seeing how there were people who were not playing Legends. Because at the time, they were pushing the idea that the next Legend is you. They were pushing the idea that you had to play your own character. So people did not want to play. So people did not want to play Batman in the game in PVE, but they didn't want to play Batman in PvP either. They wanted the next legend is you. They wanted to play their own characters. So the at some point they were saying that they wanted to prevent spoilers or something like that. And there's the one time where I have to give it to them. The one time where it actually worked was for the White Lantern. When we did the White Lantern stuff, when we played the mission where we get turned into a White Lantern, I have to admit that was a powerful surprise. I have to admit I have to give it to them for that one. But that's the one thing that actually made sense. Everything else, whenever they were trying to be very very secret and not tell us anything, didn't matter. Either the reveal was pointless, or it's like the reveal for Crib. Who cared? Nobody cared about that. So they were trying to say that they were trying to prevent spoilers, but the truth is, uh, and you guys can see it for yourself. They've been using FOMO a lot for the past year and a half now. Actually, more than that, but they've only started the buyout like a year and a half ago. So FOMO is their main strategy to try to maximize revenue, and to try to help that, or to and one of the part of their strategy is that if people don't have the information, if people cannot prepare, and if people are surprised when there's something new added, if there's a new buyout item that gets added, they think that if people don't know about it ahead of time, it will create an element of surprise, and it will make them buy more. Again, seeing how they keep on doing it, the numbers are probably telling them that it is working. At the end of the day, the devs do have the numbers. So if they keep on doing something, odds are it's because the numbers show them that it is working. Uh, Zanmore says, Multiverse, could I join? Well, we're pretty much done for tonight, so no real point. Mr. Prudent Wise, what are your responsibilities being in Cruider League? When you are in the Cruider League, you don't have that much responsibilities. There's a few meetings that you have to attend, but it does say there's when they did post the announcement about the Cruider League, they did mention in a nutshell you have to make 5 videos per month. So, or not necessarily, you have to create 5 contents per month, because it could be videos, it could be TikTok, it could be whatever. So there's a minimum amount of content that you had to create. At first, they did not worry too much about that, because they were trying to. It was basically the beta version of the Cruider League, so they were trying to work out how to proceed. But so early on, there's a few people in the league who were not creating content, but they were not kicked out of the league. But then at some point, they did ask people to start producing the content that they were supposed to. So, in a nutshell, there are various meetings that you have to attend to, and there you have to create 5 pieces of content per month. There might be something else I forget, but that's pretty much what you have to do. So it's not that big of a commitment. And in exchange of that, you get a free subscription, basically, and $30 worth of loyalty points. Now, if you live in Brazil, that's probably worth it. It's from what I understand, the exchange rate over there is pretty high. So in Brazil, $45, $50 of decent online content, you could probably buy a house with that. Here I live in the Great White North, and $50, not really. The 15, I prefer to pay $15 a month and be able to not have to wait for the devs to tell me what I can post, and not to have an embargo. That's what I was looking for. So I prefer to pay my $15 a month and not have an embargo. So that way, as soon as I find out some information, like for example, the Superman emblem, the absolute Superman emblem, I was the first one in the world to talk about it. And if I'd been part of the Creator League, I would not have been able to do that. Akeno says, I started to make a celestial villain, but should I keep it or make a fire character? Well, fire is a better power. With fire, you can pretty much play any content solo. Yeah, if there's some content where you need to activate 3 consoles at the same time, you won't be able to do it. But in terms of survivability, you should be with a fire character. You should be able to pretty much play most of the content solo without any real issue. Yes, sometimes with some bosses, like some bosses that have like a gazillion hit points, it'll take a while before you can take them down, but it can be done. With Celestial, I kind of doubt you would be able to do that. But now that you could keep your Celestial character and use the fire augments, that could be an option. Zach says, what was the reason for kicking OC and the other creator? I don't really know for sure. For Obsidian Chill, I seem to recall they had posted on. I forget if it was on Discord or on the forums. They had posted something along the lines that he broke. In a nutshell, he broke the. I forget if it was the NDA or basically said something he wasn't supposed to say. It comes down to that. Also, he said he revealed he said something that the devs thought wasn't true. I think it had to do with the it was around the time of the Brainiac Returns DLC. When we got the Brainiac Returns DLC, the freaking thing was broken. There was a lot of issues. So I think he said some things not too nice about that DLC. Or was it? It was either the Brainiac Returns or the Harley Quinn DLC. He said some not nice things, and the devs didn't like that. For Meta Knight, I have no idea. She says that she was kicked without being told why. Uh, could be true. Seeing how the devs don't tell us anything, are not very good at communication. That could be true. But it could be also there's some things she doesn't tell us. Now, personally, I would not believe what she says without proof. But you decide. Either you decide to believe what she says, or you decide not to believe what she says. Either way, the choice is yours. XDBD says, I agree, it's FOMO for some other things that the developers do, but some reasons I feel like the other reason is because they're worried about the spoilers. Well, think back, like what other than the White Lantern reveal, what spoilers? What really? What spoiler was worth keeping top secret? Because also another thing that happens is that like as soon as we find out that Supergirl becomes a Red Lantern, everyone knows about it. So yeah, they surprise people for half a quarter of a second, and even then for the like the turning our characters into White Lantern was the one good idea they had, and now it seems that they're trying to use it every time. So they turned us into White Lantern, then they turned us into a Blue Lantern. Then you would have thought that they would have turned us into a Red Lantern, but they decided to be a bit different, and then this time they turned Supergirl as a Red Lantern. But at the end of the day, that's the big surprise. We turn someone into a different lantern every time. And even before that, they turned Luzia into a Grey Lantern. Then they turned her into a Blue Lantern, and I forget what else. An Indigo Lantern. So that seems to be their go-to move, turning a character into a lantern. So it's getting old really fast, I would say. So yes, the White Lantern bit was a nice surprise, and I guess it was nice that they protected that spoiler. Although again, as soon as people played that first mission, you could not go to YouTube without seeing some shorts about the White Lantern or some videos. Like some people made videos about the new White Lantern power, and some people were really quick to try to capitalize on that. So it wasn't secret very long. So yes, it's nice that they're trying to protect the spoilers, but I think it has more to do with FOMO than the spoilers. But we'll never know for sure unless we can look into the devs' brains and see exactly what they're thinking. We'll never know. Heroic says, "Wait, I had no idea Meta Knight left the Cradle League. She did not leave. She was kicked, and supposedly they did not tell her why." Uh, Zarmore says, "What's the cheapest material I could get?" If you go to the Watchtower, there's a whole bunch of vendors in the middle of the Watchtower, and there's a whole bunch of materials you could get there for about 100 source marks. It depends. Some materials are 100 source marks, some 150, and some chroma materials could be worth as much as 400 source marks. But so you could get some materials there. Like there's the moon, I forget its name, moonshine, moonlight materials that you could get that's pretty cheap. There's the forge material that is pretty cheap. And there's a whole bunch of materials you could get. So go to the Watchtower, look at the vendors in the middle of the Watchtower. All around the Watchtower, you'll see a vendor for Atlantis. You'll see a vendor for the Legion of Superhero map. You'll see a vendor for Gotham, Mythal Gotham City. And those vendors will sell you some materials for source marks. Oh, David says he's back with his Superman character. Welcome back. Rayshon says, yeah, I got defeat, full net hero and villain. I buy rest feet too hard. Half player didn't listen. I ask for feet. Yeah, getting players to listen is challenging to say the least. At some point, I pretty much gave up. You cannot give people unsolicited advice in the game. So the best way to try to help people is not to try to tell them what to do in the game. It just doesn't work. So I came to realize that the best way to help people was to make videos explaining what to do. So if people go to YouTube, they search for your videos and they watch your video, that is how you can help it. That is how you can help them. If you try to tell them in game what to do, they're not going to listen. Mr. Prudent Wise says Obsidian pointed out things that were broken and they flagged him basically, even though it could prove everything he pointed out. Apparently, it was they used something like he broke terms of service or something like that to justify what he did. Command Evil menu. There we go. So Obsidian pointed out a whole bunch of stuff, and yeah, he might have been. The problem is not. It has nothing to do with being right or not. It has to do with yeah, when you join the Creator League, you have to sign an NDA. So right there, that limits what you can say a little bit. But also, there's the terms of service. There are certain things in the terms of service that you cannot do, even if you're not in the Creator League. And from what I recall at the time, they used the term of service. It wasn't even the Creator League thing. They used the term of service to say that basically he said things that he wasn't supposed to do based on the terms of service. I could be misremembering, though it's been a while, so don't quote me on that. But yeah, was he right about everything? Maybe not. Honestly, I don't remember all the things he mentioned. But yes, there were issues. There were issues at the time that we had mentioned. Uh, Sadly, I was talking about unsolicited advice before. It kind of works for the devs too. If you try to tell the devs what to do, yes, once in a while they might listen to you, but most of the time they're not going to listen to you. Which is why nowadays I make videos. When I want to tell something to the devs, no need to contact them anymore. I make a video about what I want them to know. Either they watch the video and they agree with me and they do it, or they watch the video and ignore me. That kind of covers it. And that's why also at some point I made a video, and I think it's when I was banned. I think when I was banned on Discord, I made a video about it. And I remember at the time, even Meta Knight was one of those who said something along the lines that I should not have made a video. I should have contacted the devs directly and solved whatever issue with them. And from my understanding in her post, that's exactly what she did, and they kicked her out. So that's why at the time I didn't think they would kick me out, but sadly contacting them not the best approach, because there's no proof. Like there's no receipts in case something happens. Yeah, Rocky is barking. I was barking on the front door. So sadly, if I had contacted, let's say, the devs and something wrong would have happened, well, I would not have been able to I would not have had any receipts. By making a video saying that I was banned, here's what happened. At least people now were aware of what happened, and what would have, if I'd been let's say banned from the game, people would have understood where that came from. So here, from what I understand, Meta Knight did try to contact the devs for whatever reasons, and instead of answering her, they kicked her out. So, what happened really, we'll never know. Zarmor, how do you get goat styles? You have a lot of sources. You can look on the broker, you can look on the booster gold vendor. There's a truckload of vendors in the Watchtower. There's a whole bunch of vendors in the House of Legends. Look at the vendors. Also, there are stars that drop in the game. So for those, you may have to look up on the DCO wiki or just a Google search. So depends what you decide. Depends what you think is a good style. Heroic says, isn't Paramount the best option? Because I heard Netflix doesn't have a good track record with their gaming division. From my gaming point of view, we don't know what's going to happen. So, but there's no way to know. The one reason why some people wanted Paramount to be the best option was for the movie theaters. We all know that Netflix don't leave their movies very long in theaters. Sometimes they'll put their movies 1 week, 2 weeks, just long enough to be able to qualify for the Oscars, and then afterwards they remove the film. the worry people had is that if Netflix was if Netflix had owned Warner, people were worried that all the Warner movies would have been directly to Netflix. And if they had been on the theater, it would have been for 1 week or two just to qualify for the Oscars. So with Paramount, people believe that at least with Paramount, the movies will be in theaters much longer than they would have been with Netflix. Now, will that is it true? Is it truly what will happen? We don't know. We're gonna have to wait and see. Mr. Prudhomme says no one listens to me when I try to explain feats. Yeah, no one listens. Absolutely. Trying to explain something to people in the game is pretty much a waste of time. And sadly, on the same thing is with the devs. Trying to tell something to the devs directly, a waste of time. So you have to do with the devs the same thing as I do with the players. Is that instead of trying to tell the players in the game what to do, I make a video about it, and the players who really want to know, they will go to YouTube, they will search for the information, and they will watch that video. The same with the devs. If the devs really want to know what I think and what I think they should do, they'll go to YouTube, they'll watch my video, and maybe they will listen to me. Odds are they won't listen to me, but doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, I did mention that before, but I'm sure some people did not hear that. Many times before, the devs are kind of like a dungeon masters. If any of you guys ever played D&D, when you play D&D, you have a game master that is called the dungeon master. So the game master sets up the game, controls more or less the what happens in the game, guides the story towards a certain direction. But at the end of the day, the players decide what to do. They are the one playing the game. They are the one deciding what's going to happen. The dungeon master can try to nudge them in a specific direction, but if the dungeon master tries to nudge them to turn left, and the players they decide to say screw that, we're turning right, or even better yet, screw that, we're turning around and we're going back to the inn. Okay, the players decide. So the devs are kind of like our dungeon masters. They create the game, they supply us with the sandbox, they supply us with the powers, the augments, the missions, whatever, and we decide how we play the game. And it's been like that for pretty much forever, not just with the current devs. Way back when, remember when the game started, it was the next legend is you. They did not want players to be able to play the Batman. They did not want players to play Superman. And still, people would create a Batman character. Yeah, they did not have an official Batman headpiece, or at some point they would use the Dark Spectre headpiece, and they would create their Batman. And they would use the Batwoman t-shirt to have a nice Batman emblem. People would create Superman. They would use the House of El chess piece, which looks nothing like Superman other than the big S emblem, but people would do that. So despite the devs' best effort, that people would create their own characters, that the next legend is you, players would decide what to do. If players decided to play as Superman, they would do that. If players wanted to play as Batman, they would do that. And nothing the devs did would prevent that. Heck, if people wanted to play as a Spawn, as Cable, as Deadpool, they would do that. So yes, the devs do supply us with a sandbox. They do supply us with the styles. They do supply us with the powers, with everything. But we decide what we want to do. This, I said that before, but this is our game. Our game. And at the end of the day, also, we've seen that happen quite a few times already. Some of us have been here for 10, 15 years playing this game. Most of the devs have been here for a year and a half. We've seen it before. Like the MEPS was laid off with a whole bunch of other devs. And before that, we had Jackster who left with a whole bunch of other devs. And even before that, when I first started playing DC Universe Online, Spittle was, I didn't know it at the time, but Spittle was basically the new creative director because the previous creative director had left. I don't know if he had left or if he was kicked out. And from what I understand, also at the time, there was a pretty big turnover in the devs. Heck, for a long time, they didn't have anyone who knew how to make skins because of that. The people who had made the skins originally in the game, they were gone, and there was no one left in the studio to be able to create new skins. The same for races. At some point, they around the time when we got the PlayStation 4, they made changes to Gotham City, and they had to remove one of the races. There used to be a race, at the park where you have all the floating stones. I forget the name of the park. There used to be a race there. They had to remove the race because whoever was making the races was gone, and they had no one to replace him. They had no one who even knew how to make races. We see a similar thing right now, like for the bases for the lair and the base items. Like we still get base items once in a while, but the lair we haven't had a new lair in quite a while because the last person who knew how to make a lair was Ocean, and she's been gone for a while. And as far as I can tell, they either they did not find someone to replace her just yet, or they did find someone, but that someone give us new base items here and there, and that's pretty much the extent of it so far. Maybe someone is working on a new layer behind the scene that we don't know, and it'll take 2 3 months, 6 months for them to get around to finishing the layer. We don't know. But at the end of the day, this is our game. The devs will come and the devs will go at some point. They'll be replaced by some new devs. Already we see that they're hiring new Canadian devs, and they're building a studio in Vancouver. So long term, some of the devs might be replaced, or all of the devs might be replaced. We'll have to wait and see for that. So the devs come and go, but we stick around because this is our game. We decide how we play the game, and that's it. Oh, evil Chad that jumped on me. Power on the best option. We insert that. Oh, Mr. Pruno Wise, do you ever think the devs may not like your verbiage and get banned or lose your character from the game? Uh, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. I like to think that if I was banned just for saying the truth, I'd like to think that the people would probably go crazy a bit over that. It would probably be bad publicity for them if they did that. Already, when I was just banned on Discord, that did send quite a shockwave throughout the Discord. And a lot of posts had to be deleted at the time because people were posting things that the devs didn't like very much. So I'd like to think that they probably know that it would be bad publicity for them to do that. Now, banning Meta Knight from the Creator League is one thing. Banning Obsidian Shield from the league is one thing. But they did not ban them from the game. But they chose not to play the game no more. I didn't do that. So yes, I guess they could decide to ban me. And also for people wondering, they don't even need a reason. They could decide to just ban me. They could come up with a garbage reason saying I broke the term of service by saying something I wasn't supposed to say, or by doing something they didn't like. Like right now, you may have seen on the Discord and even on the forums, they did change the user agreement. No, is it called? They did change the forum rules or the Discord rules so that pretty much anything you say can be considered hate speech or bad speech, and that alone can be used to bar you from those platforms and possibly even bar you from the game. So if they want to ban someone, they don't even need an excuse anymore. They can just come up with anything, ban that person, and that's it. Now, would they ever do that? I hope not. If they do, what can you do? If we ever reach a point where they think they have to do that, then we'll really have reached a low point. Here Rick is asking, what material is that on the Absolute Superman? I'm not sure. I don't think he had a material. Did he have a material? Oh yeah, yeah. Um, it looks like a chroma material, but I couldn't tell you which one. If he's watching, maybe he'll tell you in the comments, but I cannot tell you. Mr. Prudent Wise says, I don't think we as the players know that low, that we have control. Well, at the end of the day, we have control over what we do. If we decide to play the event, we do. If we decide not to play the event, well, we can do that too. Now, sometimes the sneaky devs are being sneaky, like when we got the Supergirl event. I forget what it's called. Oh, there we go. Absolute Superman says it is the dimensional chroma. So there you go. So that is the dimensional chroma. Pretty sure I made a video about that. So, but for the event, like I thought we could have a week off between the events, and then they give us the Legendary Heroes event. So I was planning to take that week off. Turns out I did not take a week off. I played that event. And then it goes straight into the Tides of War. So the sneaky devs are making it so that pretty much every week we have a new event. Like in the case of, like even in the case of the Tides of War, so you can see that the event will end in 24 days, but I only have 16 days left. Like basically again, in theory at the end of this event, I should have a week where I don't have to play any event. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if the sneaky devs actually squeeze in an event just for that last week so that I keep on having to play the event. But at the end of the day, we decide. Like I know I saw some people who decided not to play the summer seasonal for whatever reasons. Now they're going to miss out on the new augments, but it's their choice. If they don't want to play the summer seasonal, that is fine. They don't have to do that. And here we have the flawless and metal. So in the original announcement, they had said that we were getting 25 perfected Nth metal. So perfected Nth metal gives, I think, this 75,000 XPs. So 75,000 times 25, that was a lot of XPs. It was like 1,800 XPs or something like that. 1,800. 1,800,000 XPs. Basically enough to be able to fully rank up an artifact. I guess it was obvious to me that it was a typo, but I can understand if sadly I see people who sometimes still gives benefit of the doubt to the devs. So people saw the announcement, they thought that the devs said it was perfected Nth metal, it's going to be perfected Nth metal, and sadly they I guess they still have too much faith in the devs. They didn't realize that the devs sometimes make a boo boo, and obviously that was a boo boo, and it was a pretty big one. Now you have to wonder why. How could they make such a boo boo? You have to remember that a lot of the devs haven't been playing DC Universe Online for all that long, so I wouldn't be surprised if they cannot tell the difference between perfected Nth metal or flawless Nth metal or any other Nth metal. So to them, they saw that okay, there's the 25 Nth metal, so they didn't even check if it was perfected or anything else, and they just put in perfected Nth metal. To them, it was the same. Now to us, it's very different. We've been playing the game for a while, so we know the difference between the two. But for someone who's not really playing the game, what's the difference? They don't know. And I have to wonder, did they even fix it? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they still have the wrong information as I'm saying this. Let's find out. Now, another thing also is that the devs, and anywhere you slice it, the devs don't know the game as well as we do. Because we've been playing this game much longer than any of the devs, so we know the devs a lot. Like, say what you will about Maps. Maps had been there from the beginning. He had been playing the game since before the game launched, so he knew the game. But sadly, with the new devs, they don't have that knowledge. Now some might, some still might, but overall, like we see that every time they do a live stream, they they don't look like they know the game all that well. And so they changed the announcement to 25 flawless and metal. So yeah, so they did correct their boo boo. So sadly, there were people who did the happy dance, thinking we would be getting a lot of ant metal, and even worse. Imagine if we had truly gotten like 1,800,000 XPs, and people had waited for the double artifact XP. Holy crap! You would have been able to rank up 2 artifacts all at once. But of course, that wasn't meant to be. Mr. Prudent Wise says Robinson Park. So that is where there used to be a race. So way back when, there used to be a race there, and they did make some. I don't know why they made changes to the park. They changed how the park looks. They changed the rocks that were floating in the sky. But somehow that meant that they had to remove the race because at the time they had no one who could make a race. So instead of trying to fix it, so to fix the race with the new map, they just removed it. So sadly, there sometimes there was we did have a new team of devs a few times since the game launched. So way back when, even before the game launched, there was one team of devs. Then around the time the game launched, or during the first year, well, sometimes before the game went free to play, then there was a new group of devs. There was a turnover in the devs. Like Spittle became the creative director, and there were some devs that were let go, some devs that joined the team. Then some time ago, when the Jackster left, actually before that, uh, Spittle was replaced by Nerves of Prey. Although at the time there wasn't it was mostly Spittle was promoted, and then Nerd of Prey was promoted to replace Spittle. There wasn't a big turnover for the rest of the dev team. Although we did see devs over time, there were some devs that would leave, some new devs that would join. It happened. It's always been happening a little bit as time went by. But then when EG7 purchased Daybreak, a bit before that, Nerd of Prey left. We She probably knew that the sale was coming along, and she probably knew that she for some reason didn't want to stick around, or she knew that the EG7 maybe we're not planning to keep her. We'll never know. And then later on, there's Jackster who left with like nine other devs. So that was a pretty big hit for DC Universal Online at the time. They had a hard time getting back from that. Even so, like the first summer after Jackster left, we had a time capsule that was made up entirely of reused asset because they did not have anyone to create new assets for the time capsule, and they still needed that time capsule money coming in. Now it was nice at the time because it did give people an opportunity to be able to get the materials like the cosmic material. At the time, it had been years and years since we had the cosmic material, and there's a lot of people who missed out on that. So that time capsule that was pretty much reused asset did allow people to get that. Or was it a booster bundle? Yeah, it was a booster bundle. Sorry. So they still needed to create to have booster bundle and time capsules because they needed money to come in. They still needed that money to come in. So what they did is that they gave us a booster bundle and they gave us a time capsule made up of reused assets. And then afterwards, of course, there's MEFs and a whole bunch of people that were let go. And now we have the current crop of devs. And already we can see the cracks where they're starting to build a studio in Vancouver and hiring people to set up shop over there. So will it take? Now, are they going to replace the entire team? We don't know. They might just replace a few people. They might just they might decide to work with two different teams for whatever reasons. I guess that's not impossible. So either they're going to have a studio in Vancouver and they're going to keep their studio in Austin, and somehow they'll have two dev teams working on the game, or slowly but surely they'll transfer their operations to Vancouver. Uh, we'll have to wait and see for that. Obviously, no one is saying anything about that. That's to be expected. Oh, Antonio says, "Hello, multiverse, freedom!" And everyone, I hope everyone is doing well. The freedom stream. That was a nice memory. Mr. Prunon Wise, they need to ban some of those comments in LFG, not players' concern or opinion on the game. The problem is that if they start banning people for comments, where does it stop? I understand that some comments may be maybe not so nice, but I'd rather that we keep not nice comments than we start banning people for that or banning comments, because sadly when you start banning, like we can see on the Discord or in the forums right now, the censorship is crazy, and they delete comments for no good reason. Any comment that's not positive, or even worse, that's not toxic positive, gets deleted. I'd rather they don't do that in game. I understand that sometimes you'll see comments that maybe you don't agree with them, maybe you don't like those comments, but I'd rather have those comments than have them start to ban comments, and even worse, start to ban people for that. David Sharp. Oh, Mr. Purdue says if they explain themselves, players would back off. Yeah, but they don't explain themselves. It's one of the things also I hated is that sometimes it would make a, let's say, not popular decision, and then they would go into hiding. So they would make a decision that would be like a kicking the hornet's nest. People would go crazy over that. People would have either 1,000 questions, or people were really not happy about the change. And but then the devs would go into hiding, and sadly somebody like me would be the one stuck answering people's questions. At the time, I was pretty much the face of DCO, or the Creator League were pretty much the face of DCO. And so if people had questions, they would come to us. Although I'm not sure if how much the other creators were answering questions. I try to answer questions as much as I can, but obviously it's getting difficult with all the comments. But people would come to me with questions, or people would come to me with their not happy comments, and I would be the one who would have to deal with that. So the devs would make unpopular decisions, they would go into hiding, and I would be stuck dealing with the consequences. I hated that. No, that's still a little bit the case. I guess I'm still somewhat the public face of DCO, and in part, I guess I'm doing part of what maybe Volterra should be doing by answering questions, giving information, and all that good stuff. That is fun. I'm very happy to do it. I've been doing that forever. It's pretty much how this channel became what it is, or even started. There was an obvious need. There was a need for more information for new players, and there was a need for tutorials. So I came in and filled in that need, and I'm still doing that today. So I guess if they did too good a job at giving people information, I guess they would put my channel out of business. But luckily, they don't give they give the minimum amount of information they need, and sadly that creates the situation that we know. I guess I don't need to stay here no more. Let's go someplace else. But yeah, if they gave more explanation about what's happening, it would be a bit appreciated. But sadly, they don't do that. For some reason, they cannot face the backlash of their decisions. And for people wondering, so now we can have some nice NPCs in our lair. I could have sworn. Oh yeah, where did I move it? Ah, there he is. Now that is something that had been requested for a long, long time. For years and years, people were asking to be able to have NPCs in our lair. We had the ambush bug, and of course we had like a crypto or Streaky the super cat. But now people are gonna have actual NPCs that they will be able to put in their lair to make their lair more a bit lived in. And the best part is that you don't you if you're a bit lucky, you will be able to get them for free as random drops playing the summer seasonal. If you're not lucky, you could use a broker to purchase those NPCs. Let's see how expensive they are right now. The price of those NPCs has been going down a bit. Yesterday it was a bit less than 1 million. Oh, it did go down a bit more. So right now, like you could get some for 590 million. So that is nice. Let's see what the patrol. Oh, 450 million. 450,000. Sorry about that. So we could get a drift guard patrolling with the. There seems to be a glitch though for the when you try to preview the NPCs, they don't look like they should. Like here you can see they have the little helmet. Like they underneath they seem to be similar, but the way the colors are separated is usually different. I don't. Sometimes they have accessories like the helmet, the shoulders, or sometimes they'll have like a hood. But when you try to look at the preview are a bit messed up. Not a big deal, but it's just if you're trying to see what the NPCs look like, uh, the preview doesn't help you. Oh, Jeffrey's back. Zarmore, are you going to be live tomorrow? I don't think so. Usually, Saturday is family day. Usually, we have supper and all that good stuff at my father's place. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Although I should have had the confirmation by now. We'll find out tomorrow, I guess. But I don't think so. I've been tempted also to stream Crimson Desert. I haven't played it in a while. Mr. Prudent Wise, oh yeah, you did say Cosmic is in the Imp Mart. Jeffrey says something has to happen very soon because the PS6 is coming out very soon. I wouldn't be surprised if for the PlayStation 6, if they do what they did with the PlayStation 5, where we'll just play. When we first got the PlayStation 5, we were just playing with the PlayStation 4 client, even though it was PlayStation 5, and it took them quite a while before we actually got a PlayStation 5 client. So, when they release the PlayStation 6, I assume we're going to play with the PlayStation 5 client, and later down the line, they might make a PlayStation 6 client, unless maybe they're already doing that right now and we don't know. Sadly, that's the thing. We don't know anything. Oh, Jeffrey says we need Ace, the Bat Hound. That would be nice. We need Alfred too. Oh yeah, Alfred would be really nice. The problem is that with Ace or even with Alfred, like here with those NPCs, we already have those NPCs in the game, so they did not need to create new assets. They just had to give us assets that we already had in the game. And the same, you'll notice the same for the other NPCs. Like we already have Aquaman in the game. Oh, I remove Black Manta from here. We already have the Kyle Rayner in the game, and this is the new model for Kyle Rayner. I wish we had the older model, but too late. So we already have the models for those NPCs. For Alfred, they would have to create a brand new NPC just for that. Um, they could do it. Will they do it? We don't know. Oh, we need a Robin NPC and Batgirl and Nightwing. Absolutely. A Bane NPC would be a nice thing too. Absolutely. So yeah, NPCs is something that has been highly requested. So seeing how now they're adding a whole bunch of them, that is nice. I forget where. Oh yeah, we just got Supergirl. I didn't make a video about it yet. Let's go find out. Let's go over here. So we got the new Supergirl NPC this week by completing the event. Sadly, as usual, freaking FOMO. So if you did not play the event this week, you're not going to be able to get our friend Supergirl over here. Yes, I have too many cryptos. Could have sworn there was... Oh, maybe that. Oh, let's go to... I know where to go. Oh, Mr. Bruno Roy says, have a good night. Good night, everyone. Good night, Mr. Bruno Wise. Yeah, we'll probably stop soon. We've been here for a while. Although Rocky, I gave Rocky extra snacks, extra food today. So when it was snack time, he did the face for about half a quarter of a second, and eventually he did go eat the food I already had set up for him. So we did not even have to give him his 9 o'clock snack. So we're starting to have a whole bunch of NPCs for our lair, which is all kinds of awesome. Evil Tickle. Did you see that? Supergirl comes from the latest event, the Legendary Heroes event. So sadly, you can only get Supergirl for one character. So what I had to do is that I had to use one of my alternate characters, and he gave his Supergirl to the legal. I should have a few more here. Here I have some from the spring seasonal. So if they give us a whole bunch of those NPCs at every seasonals, at some point we will have an embarrassment of riches for NPCs for our lair. Where's the... Oh. Don't look at the chat and try to fly at the same time. It's a bad idea. Like here, I was able to get Supergirl in my lair because... Oh, did you see how evil Crypto is? So I was able to get Supergirl here because I had one of my characters sacrifice his Supergirl. Now, you could decide to be a sneaky sneaker, create a new character, level it up to level, I don't know, 20, 30, then have him give his Supergirl to the legal. That would be an option, I guess. Jeffrey says we need a Nightfall event spanning all of Gotham and Arkham Asylum, and then having us fight Batman villains as bounties up until Bane in the Batcave. It's so simple. It's too simple, Jeffrey. It'll never happen. Like, I don't know if DC Comics knew ahead of time that they were going to make the Nightfall movies, then yeah, they could have told DC Universe Online, there's Nightfall coming up, make 4 Batman DLCs. The problem is that we're barely starting this storyline. We got one DLC so far. We can only assume that it'll be like the previous DLCs, where we'll get 4 DLCs for the Children of Krypton. So that means that, assuming that they do make a Nightfall DLC, it'll take a year and a half, maybe even more. Yeah, it'll take a year and a half before we could see that DLC. So it would be nice, but I kind of doubt it would happen. Oh yes, a Nightfall event would be cool, but will they do it? I kind of doubt it. They, when it comes to Batman or Superman, they don't seem to want to give us too much content about them. Even like take a look, like we have the DLC Children of Krypton, and we don't even have Superman in the freaking DLC. I mean, how is that possible? Now we have Aquaman in the Children of Krypton DLC. Can you believe it? Mr. Prudent Wise says, I'm have to buy that cause I wasn't doing it the whole time. Yeah, sorry about that. You still have a couple of days, I think. When the event ends. Oh. You still have 3 days left, so at least play it for 3 days to lower the buyout. But yeah, at this point you'll have no choice but to use the buyout option. At least they've extended the buyout option, so you will have roughly 3 months to buy out the event. So if somehow you cannot buy it this week because you're broke, you didn't get your paycheck or whatever, you're gonna have 3 months to be able to use the buyout option. So they've extended the buyout option. I guess I assume they came to realize that they were leaving a lot of money on the table by giving us a buyout only for 1 month. So they have extended the buyout option. Getty fan says, everyone have a safe and a happy 4th of July. Oh, yeah, it's the 4th of July tomorrow. So, 4th of July to all our friends north of the border. I hope you'll have a good one. Jeffrey says, we could fight Penguin, Catwoman, help Robin fight Killer Croc, etc. Absolutely. When's the last DLC where we had characters like the Penguin, like the Riddler, Two-Face? It's been ages and ages. The last time I think was Flashpoint, and it was quite a few years ago. Mr. Prudent Wise says, I think it says it will cost me $10 right now, but I'm gonna try to do it until the day it ends. Yeah, play at least for the next 3 days. If you're lucky, you might be able to squeeze a fourth day, like early in the morning before we get the daily reset. You might be able to get the fourth day. So play the event as much as you can, and then you use the bot option. Jeffrey says, it's crazy we have a Death of Superman event and no Nightfall. Absolutely. Nightfall would have been a no-brainer, but there's quite a few storylines like that, like the Dark Knight Returns, like by far the most popular and the best-selling Batman story of all time is Batman: The Dark Knight Returns. And 15 years into DC Universe Online, we still don't have a Dark Knight Returns DLC. The closest we have is we have one Dark Knight Returns Batman as a legend character. So you would think that the best selling Batman storyline would have been used in DC Universe Online as a DLC, but nope. The same for although they did that also with Arrow. Arrow at some point was a pretty popular show on the CW. It launched the entire Arrowverse, and somehow no Green Arrow DLC. It's you can't make this up. Jeffrey says, as we could have started to fight with Bane in Wayne Manor, then through every Batcave map leading up to him breaking Batman in the main Batcave. That would be amazing. Imagine if he broke our back, and then we have to rebuild our character, and then we go take our revenge on Bane. Like imagine he breaks Batman back, he grabs our character, he breaks our back. So that would be like the maybe the duo. Then the alert, we have to I don't know, do some sort of training in the alert or some sort of operation in the alert to rebuild our character, to fix our back. And then the raid, we go back and take our revenge on the evil Bane or something like that. Or even better yet, they're doing multi-part storylines, so they could do that over 2, 3, 4 DLCs. But somehow I don't think they would do that. Oh, it's Border says have a great weekend. Multi and Evil Rocky. Well, thank you. Have a good weekend too. Jeffrey says it's also crazy we don't have a future Gotham City Batman Beyond. For that, they can't really do it. They could give us, I guess, they could give us a Tim Drake version of Batman Beyond, but they could not give us the Terry McGinnis version because they don't have the rights to the TV show. For the comics, they created a different version of Batman Beyond specifically for the comics, but I'm not sure about the future Batman. Like if the future Batman, if the future Gotham is the same as the Gotham in Batman Beyond with Terry McGinnis, they probably can't use that. Jeffrey says we could have Green Arrow Iconics from the Legends PvP. Absolutely, we could, but we don't. Pups says just bring back survival mode. That ship has sailed. PvP and survival mode and that kind of stuff. It's not coming back. Already we can see how it seems to be difficult for the devs to balance the game right now. I don't think they could balance something like survival mode. I don't think they have the skill or the expertise to do that. S. Buddard says, man, I wish we had that Supergirl cape for our characters. Absolutely. I wish that too. It would be such a nice cape to have. Now, sometimes they do surprise us. But the Supergirl cape we have is the one for the Supergirl armor that we can purchase from the latest DLC. But yes, if we could have that cape, I'd be very happy. I would prefer the cape from the classic Superman, but that one would do as well. We don't have a cape like that goes over the shoulders with that bottom of the cape flat at the bottom. Yeah, for the only cape that we have that sort of goes like that is the Knight of Vengeance cape. That goes a bit over the shoulders like that. For me, I was thinking more of the emblem. Oh, sorry about that. I guess it's time to go. Oh, Jeffrey says they have a Supergirl cape with the... No, we don't have the S on it. Let me show you. Jeffrey makes me realize that maybe not everyone knows. For the latest DLC, we have a new, technically a Supergirl set of armor. Oh, I completely went the wrong way. Reflex. I've been doing that. I've been playing that mission a lot this week, so I guess I had a bit of a reflex where I went to the summer seasonal instead. There was quite a few storylines where they gave Supergirl some sort of armor. It's as if in the Supergirl comic, whenever they don't know what to do with a character, they give her some sort of armor. So here you have the cape. So it's not unlike the cape that Supergirl has. It doesn't go over the shoulders the same way, obviously, and it doesn't have the S emblem. But there's also an edge to the cape that can be of a different color. Let's see if we can change it. Uh, let's go there. There we go.
I only offer the finest goods, above or below the sea.
Oh no! I had one chance out of two to be wrong, and there you go. Let's try that again. Yeah, that should do it.
How can I serve a defender of the realm on this day?
So this is the Supergirl cape we have, but doesn't have the emblem, and it's not exactly a Supergirl cape. Let's see the enhanced. I guess a nice surprise would be to have the emblem on the enhanced version, but nah, that's too much to expect. So this is the Supergirl cape, no Supergirl emblem. Sorry about that. It's been a long day. So Jeffrey says that cape is sick. I'm glad you like it. So you'll be able to purchase it from the vendor, but you're gonna have to farm a little bit for the currency. So here we have the evil Etrigan that is trapped. So we do have quite a few. So as we're getting more and more NPCs for our lairs, we're going to be able to populate our lairs a lot more. Or in some cases, like here you can see poor Mr. Freeze being locked up in a makeshift Arkham Asylum. Although the ceiling is too high, I wish the ceiling was lower so that the snow could actually be in here. Oh well. I guess I'm gonna have to move the whole operation somewhere where the ceiling is a bit lower. We'll see. So here we have the evil Poison Ivy. We have a Swamp Thing, and we even have a Squishy. We have Harley Quinn that's about to crush the poor Ice Joker. And of course, the Batman who laughs behind, who's laughing about the whole thing. Here I have Black Manta and Eben. I didn't know what to do with them. So I made them a cellmate for now, but I'm going to have to change that. So I wanted to make a bit of a... thought it would make a cute sort of Arkham Asylum on this. Unless I guess I could have used this part here to put some of them here instead. Although the ceiling is, well, there's no ceiling. Oh well. Too bad, so sad. Let's go over there. So I guess we'll just finish the last few questions that our friend Jeffrey has, and that'll be it for tonight. Jeffrey says that's so crazy, no emblem on the cape. Yeah, that's to be expected. Once in a while, they will surprise us with an emblem, but they did that with the Zod cape. When they gave us the Zod suit of armor, we did have the Zod emblem on the cape. Actually, we also had the Zod emblem on the armor. But here, it seems they decided not to give us the Supergirl emblem. What can you do? Oh, okay. Jeffrey says, no, I meant the endgame Supergirl cape was sick. The dev's cape with no emblem is stupid. Sally, it is what it is. It's Butter says, yeah, that Supergirl cape is different from the one the NPC has, though. Yeah, it's because they made a somewhat bulky suit of armor as opposed to giving us an actual Supergirl style. Now, people naively thought that. Do I have? No, I don't have it here. People thought that we would have the Supergirl costume with the DLC, but not at all what happened. Now, could it still happen in a time capsule? Maybe. Its border says the NPC one cape goes over the shoulders. Uh, Getty fan says that base is awesome, great job, sir. Thank you very much. I should probably make a base tour at some point. We'll see. Although technically, whenever I make videos and I go to different layers, I do sort of make a small layer video without meaning to. I guess I'm gonna have to try to go to more different layers more often. I do have a tendency to stick to the layer where I have my armories because it's more convenient when I try to switch to a different look. So I guess that's going to be it for tonight, guys. So next week, decisions. So tomorrow is the 4th of July, so I will wish a good 4th of July to all our friends south of the border. At least south from where I am. I live in the Great White North. So from where I am, everyone is south. Everyone. Next week, I don't know if we'll have a special event. July 7th. No, probably not. So I'm not sure yet what the theme will be for next week. If I'd thought about it today, I would have made it about the 4th of July. So I probably would have made Captain America or Fighting American or something like that as the theme for today. Too late. Maybe next year. So for Friday, I'm not sure what the theme will be just yet. We'll decide that on Tuesday when we see if there's an event, if there's something special. We might do something special next week, or we might decide no theme for next week. Oh, sorry about that. That could happen. So it's Border. We'll have the final say. Okay, time for bed. Bye, everyone. So, guys, thanks to everyone who came to play with us. Thanks to everyone who came to chat with us. And, of course, as always, thanks to everyone watching. You guys are awesome. Have a great weekend. Have a great 4th of July to our friends south of the border. And we'll see you guys next week. Bye-bye, guys.